Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the heavy curtains of the present day fall away, leaving you suspended in the soft, golden haze of a distant dawn. Imagine the air is cooling against your skin, carrying the scent of dry earth, crushed sage, and the faint metallic tang of an army awaking from its slumber, while the first light of the sun begins to bleed over the horizon, painting the limestone hills in shades of violet and bruised orange. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, let the silence of the desert wrap around you as we drift back to the morning of September 20th, 1187. We are standing on the Mount of Olives, looking west, where the golden domes and formidable stone ramparts of Jerusalem glow under the rising sun. Standing here, silhouetted against the brightening sky, is a man who has become a legend in his own lifetime. Though, if you saw him now, wrapped in a simple wool cloak to ward off the morning chill, you might mistake him for a scholar or a weary merchant rather than the Sultan of Egypt and Syria. This is Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known to the world as Salah ad-Din or Saladin, and he is witnessing the impossible become reality. Before him lie the walls that have withstood Muslim armies for 88 years, fortifications that were thought to be impenetrable, holding within them the memory of the greatest defeat in the living history of his people. The Crusaders, or the Franks, as they are known here, have held this city since 1099. But this morning, the air feels different, heavy with the inevitability of change. It is a moment remarkable, not only because of the vast army Saladin commands, tens of thousands of men, horses, and siege engines stretching out like a sea of iron and cloth in the valleys below, but because of the man himself. History often paints conquerors as giants, men of thundering voices and imposing stature, but the truth, whispered by the chroniclers who knew him, is more human and perhaps more compelling. Saladin is not a prince born to the purple. He possesses no royal blood, inherited no throne, and holds no ancient, legitimate claim to the power he now wields. He is a Kurd in a world dominated by Arabs and Turks, an outsider who has risen through the cracks of a fractured society. It is something of a scholarly debate, even now, exactly how a man of his background managed to command such fierce loyalty from the Turkish emirs who viewed Kurds as mere mercenaries. But standing here, looking at the way his soldiers watch him with reverent silence, the answer seems to lie not in his lineage, but in his presence. He is a unifier. He has stitched together a fractured Islamic world, one that had spent decades tearing itself apart in petty squabbles. Through a blend of extraordinary talent, patience, and a ruthlessness he seldom displays openly, keeping it sheathed like a dagger beneath velvet. His empire now stretches from the fertile banks of the Nile to the rushing waters of the Euphrates, and he stands on the brink of his greatest victory. Yet there is no shouting, no premature celebration. There is only the quiet creak of leather saddles and the wind shifting the sand. You can almost feel the weight of the moment pressing on his shoulders. He suffers from chronic illnesses, often riding with a cushion to ease his pain. A reminder that even legends have backs that ache after sleeping in a tent. He knows that the stones of Jerusalem are hard and that the defenders inside are desperate, fighting with the ferocity of men who have nowhere left to run. The irony is palpable. A man who arguably preferred the quiet study of religious texts and history is now the most feared general in the known world. As the sun climbs higher, burning off the last of the dawn mist, Saladin's gaze remains fixed on the walls. He is thinking, perhaps, not of the battle to come, but of the long, winding road that brought him to this hill. A road that began far away from these dry, holy hills in the verdant, river-fed lands of the north. To understand the Sultan standing here in 1187, we must leave the heat of the Jerusalem morning and let the camera of our mind glide backward, reversing the flow of time, unraveling the years until the grey hairs vanish from his beard and the weight of command lifts from his brow. We must travel back 50 years to a different river and a dark, stormy night where the story of the Kurdish outsider truly begins. The wind shifts, the image of Jerusalem fades into the swirling sands of time, and we find ourselves drifting north toward the Tigris River, where the water runs deep and the future is nothing more than a crying infant in a fortress on the edge of the world. The camera of our imagination settles now, drifting down from the high, arid winds of Jerusalem to the humid, muddy banks of the Tigris River, some 50 years earlier. It is the year 1137, or perhaps 1138. Historians still argue over the precise date, as record-keeping in the 12th century was often less concerned with exact calendars than with the movements of armies and stars. We find ourselves in Tikrit, a fortress city perched precariously on a sandstone cliff overlooking the water. The river here is wide and muscular, a dark, churning artery that has fed civilizations since the dawn of time, and tonight it reflects the torches burning along the battlements of the citadel. The air is thick with the smell of river silt and the smoke of wood fires, a scent that clings to the rough wool tunics of the guards pacing the walls. Inside the fortress, deep within the private quarters, where the stone walls dampen the sound of the wind, a child has just been born. There is no fanfare, no prophetic comets streaking across the sky to announce his arrival. Only the hushed bustling of midwives and the soft, mewling cry of a newborn who is hungry and rather annoyed at the cold air of the world. They name him Yusuf. To the world, he will be Saladin, but tonight he is just Yusuf ibn Ayyub, a small, fragile thing wrapped in swaddling clothes, blissfully unaware that he is destined to shake the foundations of kingdoms. It is a humbling thought, isn't it, that the hands which will one day wield the sword of Islam and sign treaties with kings are currently tiny, grasping fists that cannot even hold a spoon. This baby is born into a family that is as sturdy and unyielding as the fortress they inhabit. They are Kurds, the Banu Ayyub, a people from the mountainous regions to the north, known for their fierce loyalty and their martial prowess. In the complex tapestry of the medieval Middle East, being a Kurd in a landscape dominated by Arab caliphs and Turkish warlords is a unique position. They are insiders by religion, Sunni Muslims, but outsiders by ethnicity, often serving as mercenaries or administrators for more powerful Turkish dynasties. They are the glue in the cracks of the empire, essential but often overlooked, a status that perhaps teaches young Yusuf his first unspoken lesson. To be useful is to be safe, but to be indispensable is to be powerful. His father, Najm ad-Din Ayyub, is the governor of this fortress, a man of immense dignity and political acumen. Imagine a man who speaks softly, but whose words carry the weight of a judge's gavel. Ayub is a survivor, a man who knows how to navigate the shifting sands of loyalty without losing his footing. He serves the Seljuk authorities in Baghdad, holding this strategic outpost on the Tigris with a firm but fair hand. He is the sort of father who likely looked at his newborn son not with wild ambition, but with the practical hope that the boy would grow up to be wise, literate, and alive, a tall order in these times. But there is another presence in the family, a shadow that looms large and loud over the crib. This is Yusuf's uncle, Asad ad-Din Shirkuh. If the father, Ayub, is the calm, calculating head of the family, Shirkuh is its clenched fist. He is a warrior in the truest sense, brave, impulsive, prone to violent outbursts, and fiercely protective of his kin. He is the fun uncle, provided your definition of fun involves heavy drinking, horse racing, and the occasional duel at dawn, while Ayub manages the accounts and the diplomacy of the fortress. Shirkuh manages the soldiers. The dynamic between these two brothers, the diplomat and the soldier, will become the template for Saladin's entire life. He will grow up watching how the pen and the sword must work in tandem. He will learn that temperance without strength is weakness, but strength without temperance is tyranny. It is a lesson absorbed through the very atmosphere of the household, in the way his father gently corrects a servant, and the way his uncle roars laughter that shakes the dust from the rafters. Tikrit itself is a hard place to begin a life. It is a frontier town, a place where the authority of the central government in Baghdad is more of a suggestion than a rule. The Tigris flows past, indifferent to the politics of men, carrying trade boats laden with grain and ceramics, but also carrying rumors of war. The region is unstable. The great Seljuk Empire is fragmenting, cracking apart like a dried clay pot. Local governors act like petty kings, and alliances change with the seasons. In this environment, trust is the most valuable currency, and the Ayyubid family has hoarded it carefully. They are respected, yes, but they are also vulnerable. They rely on the favor of distant masters who might change their minds on a whim. Little Yusuf lies in his cradle, listening to the murmurs of his family discussing the news from the capital. The tone of their voices tight with a tension he cannot yet understand. The stone walls of Tikrit, which look so solid from the outside, feel fragile from within. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but deeply telling, that on the very night of Saladin's birth, his father was deep in thought, worried not about the joy of a new son, but about a looming disaster. The political ground was shifting beneath them. Shirkuh, the fiery uncle, had recently been involved in a dispute. Some say it was over a woman. Others say he was defending a woman's honor against a high-ranking official. It is a classic historical he said, she said. But the result was indisputable. Shirkuh had killed a man, and not just any man, but a man with powerful connections. In a world where blood feuds can wipe out entire lineages, this was a catastrophe. The family's position in Tikrit, held for years with such careful diplomacy, was suddenly dangling by a thread. The crying of the newborn Yusuf mixes with the hushed, frantic arguments of the adults in the next room. They are packing trunks, burying gold, burning letters. The safe stone womb of the fortress has turned into a trap. So the cradle of Saladin is not a place of peace, but a place of imminent departure. His first sensory memories, if he could keep them, would be the smell of anxiety, that metallic, electric scent of adrenaline, and the rough texture of travel cloaks being hastily thrown over shoulders. He is a child, born on the edge of a cliff, both literally and metaphorically. The Ayyubids are about to become refugees. It is a strange beginning for a man who will one day make kings tremble. To start his life as a liability, a bundle of baggage in a family fleeing for their lives. But perhaps this is where the steel is forged. The Tigris rushes on, dark and cold, witnessing the end of their time in Tikrit. The baby sleeps, blissfully ignorant that his first journey is about to begin, not as a conqueror, but as an exile in the night. The moon rises over the river, casting long, wavering shadows across the water, shadows that seem to point north, toward a destiny that no one, not even the wise Ayyub, could possibly foresee. The heavy timber gates of Tikrit groan open in the dead of night, a sound that seems deafeningly loud to the small caravan slipping out into the darkness. Like a thunderclap meant to wake the dead, it is a departure stripped of all ceremony. There are no farewell speeches, no waving crowds, only the muffled hooves of horses wrapped in cloth to dampen their strike against the stones, and the sharp, anxious intakes of breath from the women huddled in the wagons. The Tigris River, which has been the soundtrack of their lives, now flows away from them, its familiar rushing water fading into a whisper as they turn their backs on the only home they have known and head north into the uncertain void of the Mesopotamian plains. In one of the swaying saddlebags, or perhaps cradled tightly in his mother's arms against the biting wind, is the infant Yusuf. It is a detail that historians and storytellers have seized upon for centuries. The poetic symmetry of it is almost too perfect, leading some scholars to debate whether the expulsion truly happened on the very night of his birth, or merely in the same turbulent season. But the legend persists because it fits the man he will become, a life beginning in the chaos of displacement, a destiny forged in the act of moving forward when standing still meant death. The baby cries, his thin wail lost in the vast, indifferent silence of the desert night, a tiny protest against the sudden upheaval of his world. It is a distinct inconvenience for a fugitive party trying to remain invisible. One can imagine the weary, terrified glances exchanged between the guards, and perhaps a wry, nervous chuckle from Uncle Shirku, who knows that this entire disaster is, strictly speaking, his fault. They are refugees now, a fallen house. The Ayyubid brothers, Ayyub and Shirku, are gambling everything on a singular, desperate hope that they can find sanctuary with the one man powerful enough to defy the authorities in Baghdad. That man is Imad ad-Din Zengi. To speak his name in 1138 is to invoke a mixture of awe and terror. Zengi is the Atabeg of Mosul, a Turkish warlord of immense ambition and terrifying competence. In a region fracturing under the weight of weak caliphs and squabbling emirs, Zengi is a force of gravity, pulling cities and armies into his orbit through sheer will and brutality. He is the first great counter-crusader, the man who has begun to turn the tide against the Franks, though at this moment, his eyes are fixed more on expanding his own power than on holy war. Approaching Zengi is not like approaching a benevolent king. It is like walking into the den of a lion to ask for shelter from a storm. The lion might protect you, or he might simply decide he is hungry. As the Ayyubid caravan trundles toward Mosul, the landscape changes, the flat river plains giving way to the rolling, rugged terrain of northern Iraq, a land of hard earth and hardy people. The journey is slow, fraught with the danger of bandits and the gnawing fear of pursuit. But the brothers ride with their heads high, their Kurdish pride refusing to bow even in exile. When they finally arrive at Zengi's court, likely in a sprawling military encampment that smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and oiled steel, the scene is a stark contrast to the provincial quiet of Tikrit. Here is the beating heart of a rising empire. Soldiers of a dozen nations, Turks, Arabs, Kurds, Turkomans, mingle in the bustling thoroughfares between tents, sharpening blades and trading stories. The Ayyubids are granted an audience. One can visualize the scene, the polished, diplomatic Ayyub standing shoulder to shoulder with the hulking, volatile Shirkuh, presenting themselves not as beggars, but as warriors looking for a new master. It is a testament to Zengi's eye for talent that he does not turn them away. He sees past their refugee status and recognizes their utility. He needs loyal administrators to govern his conquests and fierce fighters to lead his armies. The Kurds, with their reputation for martial honor and lack of local political entanglements, are perfect for his needs. In a moment that will ripple down through the centuries, Zengi accepts their service. The lion decides not to bite. With a few words, the Ayyubid family is lifted from the dust of exile and placed into the machinery of the Zengid state. They are safe, but the cost is a life of eternal service to the sword. The family is eventually moved to Baalbek, an ancient city in the Bekaa Valley of what is now Lebanon. If Tikrit was a fortress on a river, Baalbek is a city of ghosts and giants. It is dominated by the colossal ruins of Roman temples, massive stone pillars that soar into the sky, dwarfing the medieval houses huddled at their feet. This is where the infant Yusuf begins to grow into a boy, his earliest memories forming against a backdrop of crumbling imperial grandeur. His father, Ayyub, is appointed governor of this outpost, a challenging assignment given that Baalbek is on the frontier, close to the Crusader states, and often threatened by rival Muslim factions. The boy plays in the shadow of the Temple of Bacchus and the Temple of Jupiter, tracing his fingers over Latin inscriptions he cannot read, running through courtyards where emperors once walked. It is a setting that must have imparted a sense of the scale of history, the rise and fall of great powers, the way stone endures while men perish. The air here is crisp and clear, smelling of cedar from the nearby mountains and the dust of millennia. Life in Baalbek is not peaceful. It is a garrison life. The young Saladin watches his father govern with a steady hand, negotiating with Damascus, trading prisoners with the Franks, and managing the unruly garrison. He sees the reality of war, not as a distant glory, but as a daily chore, the cleaning of armor, the counting of grain supplies, the arrival of wounded men. He also begins his education. In the Islamic tradition, a boy of his standing must be learned. He sits on reed mats in the local madrasa, rocking back and forth as he memorizes the Quran, the rhythm of the holy verses settling into his bones. He learns grammar, poetry, and history. He learns the lineage of the Prophet and the stories of the early caliphs. But unlike his uncle Shirkuh, who lives for the visceral thrill of the charge, young Yusuf seems to possess a quieter soul. He is drawn to the logic of the law and the beauty of theology. He is a solemn child, perhaps a bit frail, blending into the background, observing rather than acting. He is the second son, not the eldest, which grants him a certain invisibility, a freedom to be studious rather than martial. Meanwhile, the great Zengi is murdered in his sleep by a slave in 1146, a sordid end for a conqueror, and his kingdom is split between his sons. The Ayyubids, ever the survivors, transfer their loyalty to Zengi's son, Nur ad-Din, a man who is even more pious and focused than his father. This transition brings the family to Damascus, the jewel of Syria. For the young Saladin, leaving the rough frontier of Baalbek for the sophisticated, fragrant gardens of Damascus is like stepping from a black and white sketch into a vibrant painting. Damascus is a city of rushing water, where the Barada River is channeled into fountains that cool the air in every courtyard. It is a city of scholars, mystics, and markets overflowing with silk and spices. Here, the teenager Yusuf blooms. He is surrounded by the best minds of his generation, and he drinks it all in. He is not the warrior prince in training. He is the devout student, the lover of poetry, the young man who knows the genealogy of Arabian horses better than how to ride them into a shield wall. If you were to ask anyone in Damascus about the future of Ayyub's son, they would predict a fine career as a qadi, a judge, or perhaps a vizier's scribe. No one, absolutely no one, sees a sultan. The idea is laughable. He is too gentle, too intellectual, too fond of his books. But history has a way of mocking our predictions. The quiet boy is about to be pulled from his books by the rough hands of duty, for the world outside the madrasa walls is burning, and the fire is creeping closer to the gardens of Damascus every day. The golden light of Damascus in the mid-12th century is not merely a weather condition. It is a physical presence, a heavy, fragrant blanket that smells of baking bread, drying apricots, and the omnipresent scent of jasmine that clings to the ancient stone walls. To walk through Damascus in the 1150s is to walk through the beating heart of the Arab world, a city that the Prophet Muhammad himself reportedly refused to enter more than once, fearing that if he tasted the paradise of Damascus, he might lose his desire for the paradise of the afterlife. For the young Yusuf ibn Ayyub, now in his 20s, this city is not just a home, it is a cocoon. He has shed the dust of the frontier fortress of Tikrit and the crumbling Roman ghosts of Baalbek for a life of refined culture and intellectual curiosity. If we could peer over the garden wall of the Ayyubid residence, we would likely not find Saladin sharpening a sword or practicing his archery with the grim determination of a future conqueror. Instead, we might find him sitting in the shade of a cypress tree, a book of genealogy resting on his knee, debating the finer points of Arab lineage or the intricate legalities of Islamic jurisprudence with a circle of friends. He is a man of the pen in a world of swords, a paradox that will define his entire reign. It is a historical truth that often surprises us. The young Saladin was not particularly interested in war. In fact, by all accounts, he actively avoided it. He was a creature of the court, a young man who enjoyed the good life. He loved hunting, yes, but more for the camaraderie and the horsemanship than the blood sport. He was an avid polo player, a game that was the medieval equivalent of a high-stakes tactical simulation played with ferocious speed by the military elite. But even there, he was known for his sportsmanship rather than a killer instinct. There is a scholarly debate that whispers through the biographies of Saladin regarding this period of his life. Chroniclers who wrote after he became the great hero of the faith tend to gloss over his youth, painting him as a pious ascetic from the cradle. But contemporary hints suggest a more relatable reality, that young Yusuf enjoyed wine, song, and the company of poets. He was, in modern terms, a bit of a socialite. He knew the histories of the ancient Arab tribes by heart. He could recite the 10 books of the Hamasa, an anthology of Arabic poetry celebrating bravery and hospitality. And he possessed a charm that made him popular in the salons of Damascus. He was the sort of person you wanted at your dinner party, witty, generous to a fault, and utterly unthreatening. This creates a fascinating tension between the man he was and the man he was expected to be. His family, the Ayyubids, were rising stars in the service of Nur ad-Din, the Zengid ruler of Syria. Nur ad-Din was a severe, deeply religious man, a ruler who had banned wine and heavy taxes, who built hospitals and madrasas, and who wore simple clothes despite his immense power. He was the stern father figure of the Syrian state, and Saladin lived in his shadow. While Nur ad-Din was consumed with the concept of jihad, the struggle to unite the Muslims and expel the Crusaders, Saladin seemed content to serve as the chief of the local police, the Shurta, in Damascus. It was a respectable job, dealing with bandits and market disputes. Far removed from the grand, bloody campaigns his uncle Shirkuh was always shouting about. One can imagine the family dinners, Shirkuh, loud and scarred, banging the table and talking about the strategic weakness of the Fatimid Caliphate, while Saladin quietly asked for the salt, secretly hoping the conversation wouldn't turn to when he would finally do something with his life. But even in the quiet gardens of Damascus, the war was never truly far away. The memory of the Second Crusade in 1148 was etched into the city's consciousness. Saladin would have been a boy of roughly 10 or 11 when the armies of Europe, led by the kings of France and Germany, besieged Damascus. He would have heard the terrifying thud of siege engines and seen the smoke rising from the orchards where the Crusaders foolishly got bogged down. That failed siege was a formative memory. It proved that the invincible Franks could be beaten, but it also proved that Damascus was vulnerable. Now, as a young man, he watched as Nur ad-Din slowly, methodically, built a state capable of fighting back. Saladin admired Nur ad-Din, but he did not yet aspire to be him. He lacked the burning fire of ambition. He was content to be a loyal lieutenant, a cog in the machine, a man who preferred the certainty of administrative law to the chaos of the battlefield. There is a sensory richness to this period of his life that is crucial to understanding his later mercy. Saladin learned to love the diversity of the human experience in Damascus. He dealt with Christian merchants, Jewish scholars, and Muslim pilgrims. He saw the humanity in the other. It is here, in the multicultural bustle of the souks, that the seeds of his later chivalry were likely sown. He learned that a city is not just walls and soldiers, but trade and conversation, and the flow of water and ideas. He saw that destroying a city was easy, but governing one was an art. He was happy, he was comfortable. And as is so often the case in history, comfort is merely the waiting room for destiny. The disruption comes, as it always does, from family. His uncle Shirkuh had been eyeing the crumbling Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt with the hunger of a wolf watching a dying ox. Nur ad-Din was hesitant to send an army so far south, fearing it would leave Syria exposed. But the geopolitical chessboard was shifting. The Crusaders were also looking at Egypt, dreaming of its wealth and its strategic position. If the Franks took Cairo, they would encircle Syria, and the game would be over. Nur ad-Din had to act. He ordered Shirkuh to take an expeditionary force to Egypt to prevent a crusader takeover. Shirkuh, delighted, began to assemble his staff. And he decided, with the stubborn insistence of a favorite uncle, that his nephew Yusuf must come along. Saladin's reaction to this command is one of the most human moments in his biography. He did not leap up, hand on hilt, shouting, "To Egypt!" He refused. He begged to stay. He arguably whined. Later, in his own memoirs, he would confess, "I went like one driven to his death." He loved Damascus. He loved his semi-peaceful life as a police chief. The idea of marching across the Sinai desert, a hellscape of heat and sand, to fight in the humid, treacherous delta of the Nile against both crusaders and the unpredictable Fatimid armies, sounded like a terrible idea. He pleaded with Nur ad-Din, "By God, if you gave me the kingdom of Egypt, I would not go." But in the feudal system of the 12th century, you do not say no to your sultan, and you certainly do not say no to your uncle Shirkuh when he has decided to make a man out of you. So the books were packed away. The polo mallet was exchanged for a war mace. The soft robes of the courtier were traded for the heavy, stifling layers of chainmail and padded cotton. The camera of our mind lingers for a moment on the young Saladin, standing at the gates of Damascus, looking back at the minarets piercing the blue sky, the pigeons wheeling over the rooftops. He believes he is leaving everything he loves to go on a fool's errand in the mud of the Nile. He does not know that he is riding out to meet his immortality. He mounts his horse, his face set in a grim expression of duty, and turns south. The garden gate closes behind him, and the quiet chapter of his life ends. Ahead lies the desert, the sea, and a throne he does not want, waiting for him in the chaos of a fractured world. As Saladin rides south, the comfort of Damascus fading into a shimmering heat haze behind him, we must pull the camera back, way back, until the caravan of Uncle Shirkuh is just a tiny thread of dust weaving through the vast tapestry of the Middle East. To understand why a reluctant scholar is being dragged across the Sinai, we have to look at the board on which he is merely a pawn. The year is 1164, and the world is broken. The Islamic Middle East in the 12th century is not a monolith. It is a shattered mirror, reflecting 1,000 different ambitions, fears, and prayers. Imagine a map of the region, not with clean, solid borders, but as a patchwork quilt of colors that bleed into one another. In the center, clinging to the coast of the Mediterranean like a burr, are the Crusader states, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch. These are the lands of the Franks, established 2 generations ago by the First Crusade. They are a formidable presence, protected by massive stone castles like Crac des Chevaliers, garrisoned by fanatical warrior monks like the Templars and Hospitallers, and ruled by kings who speak French and pray in Latin. To the Muslims living around them, the Franks are a terrifying anomaly, a foreign infection that has taken root in the Holy Lands. But, and here is the twist that often surprises modern listeners, they are also neighbors. After 60 years, a strange normalcy has set in. Muslim emirs trade with Crusader barons. They sign truces, they share hunting grounds, and sometimes, in the baffling complexity of feudal politics, they even ally with them against other Muslims. Surrounding the Crusader states are the Muslim lands, but they are hopelessly divided. To the north and east lies the realm of the Sunni Muslims, nominally loyal to the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. This is the world Saladin comes from, Baghdad is the spiritual head, but the real power lies with Turkish sultans and atabegs like Nur ad-Din in Damascus. They view themselves as the defenders of orthodoxy, the righteous sword against both the infidel Franks and the heretical Shia. To the south, in Egypt, lies the great rival, the Fatimid Caliphate. The Fatimids are Shia Muslims, specifically Ismaili Shia, who reject the authority of Baghdad and claim the caliphate for themselves through the lineage of the Prophet's daughter, Fatima. For 2 centuries, Cairo has been the glittering rival to Baghdad, a city of immense wealth, art, and learning. But by 1164, the Fatimid Caliphate is a rotting giant. The caliphs have become puppets, mere children or recluses hidden behind silk screens in their opulent palaces, while ruthless viziers murder each other for real power in the streets. Egypt is rich, fabulously, stupendously rich, the breadbasket of the Mediterranean, but it is politically paralyzed. It is a prize waiting to be taken. This is the strategic nightmare that keeps men like Nur ad-Din awake at night. If the Crusader king of Jerusalem, Amalric I, manages to conquer Egypt, the Franks will control the wealth of the Nile. They will have limitless grain to feed their armies and limitless gold to hire mercenaries. They will surround Syria from the north, west, and south. The Islamic resistance will be crushed in a vice. Nur ad-Din knows that the survival of Islam in the Levant depends on one thing: getting to Egypt before the Crusaders do. It is a race for the Nile, a high-stakes geopolitical contest where the winner takes all. And into this meat grinder rides Saladin. He is traveling with Shirkuh's army, a relatively small force of elite cavalry, perhaps only a few thousand strong. They are moving through the Sinai Peninsula, a landscape that is less a place and more a trial of endurance. The sun hammers down on their helmets, turning the metal into ovens. Water is scarce, measured out in precious sips from warm leather skins. The sand gets everywhere, into eyes, into food, into the chafing spaces between armor and skin. For a man who loves the cool fountains of Damascus, this is torture. Saladin rides in the shadow of his uncle, listening to Shirkuh's booming voice outline the plan. They are not invaders, Shirkuh insists. They are guests, a faction within the chaotic Fatimid court, led by a desperate vizier named Shawar, has invited them in to help overthrow his rivals. It is a classic Trojan horse scenario. Invite the wolves in to kill the dogs, and hope the wolves leave when they are full. But Shawar is a snake. He is the sort of politician who would sell his own mother for a week in power. He has invited Nur ad-Din's army, but he is also whispering in the ears of the Crusaders. He is playing both sides, hoping they will destroy each other so he can rule the ashes. Saladin, with his sharp, analytical mind, likely sees this trap from miles away. He understands the fragility of their position. They are marching into a foreign land, a Shia land, where they are viewed as heretics, to support a traitor who will likely betray them, all while the army of Jerusalem is racing to beat them to the finish line. The tension in the camp is palpable. The soldiers, tough Kurds and Turks, mutter around the campfires. They know they are far from home. They know that if they are defeated in Egypt, there is no retreat. The desert is a wall behind them that will swallow any fleeing army. Saladin is quiet during these nights. He watches the stars wheel over the desert, perhaps recalling the verses of the Quran that speak of God's sovereignty over all lands. He is observing, learning the geography of fear and ambition. He sees how his uncle commands, through sheer force of personality and the promise of loot. But Saladin is beginning to sense that there must be another way. He sees the fracture lines in the world: Sunni against Shia, Frank against Muslim, vizier against caliph, and perhaps, in the silence of the desert, the first inkling of a grander vision begins to form. Not just conquest, but unity. Not just defeating the enemy, but healing the divide that allows the enemy to exist. But for now, he is just a lieutenant in a dusty cloak, swatting away flies and wishing he was back in a library. The walls of Cairo are rising on the horizon, massive and ancient, guarding a city of secrets, where poison is served in golden goblets and daggers are hidden in smiles. The race is almost over. The Crusaders are approaching from the coast. The Fatimids are waiting in their palaces. And the reluctant soldier, Yusuf ibn Ayyub, is about to walk through the gates of destiny, stepping into a snake pit that will either kill him or crown him. The transition from the searing, sterile heat of the Sinai desert to the humid, cloying embrace of the Nile Delta is a physical shock, like stepping out of a kiln and into a greenhouse. For Saladin, riding alongside his uncle Shukku in the spring of 1164, Egypt does not feel like a prize. It feels like a fever dream. The air here is thick and heavy, smelling of river mud, rotting vegetation, and the sweat of millions. The landscape is alien, flat, endless fields of violently green sugarcane and wheat, broken only by the sluggish, brown veins of the Nile's distributaries. To a man used to the dry, crisp air of the Syrian mountains, Egypt feels suffocating, a place where the very atmosphere tries to slow you down. And in a way, it does. As the Syrian army sets up camp outside the walls of Cairo, they are not met with the open arms of liberated brothers, but with the wary, shifting eyes of a population that views them as uncouth barbarians from the north. They have walked into a trap, though the jaws have not yet snapped shut. The man who invited them, the Vizier Shawar, is waiting. Shawar is a character who seems to have stepped out of a cautionary fable about the perils of ambition. He had been ousted from power, fled to Damascus, begged Nur ad-Din for help, and promised a third of Egypt's revenues in exchange for restoration. Shirkuh, true to his word, smashes Shawar's enemies and places him back on the vizier's seat. But the moment Shawar feels the velvet cushion of the throne beneath him again, his memory fails him. The promised gold? He can't seem to find the key to the treasury. The promise to support the Syrian troops. He suddenly finds their presence disruptive. He politely, then rudely, asks Shirkuh to leave. Shirkuh, a man whose diplomatic vocabulary consists mostly of grunts and sword gestures, refuses. He did not march across a desert to be treated like a hired servant. He seizes the province of Bilbays in the eastern delta as collateral. Saladin watches this unfold with the weary resignation of a man who knew this was a bad idea from the start. He is the voice of reason in his uncle's tent, arguably the only one brave enough to suggest that perhaps they should cut their losses. But Shirkuh is dug in. And then the trap snaps. Shawar, proving that his treachery knows no bottom, sends a message to the Crusader king Amalric in Jerusalem. He invites the Franks, the very enemies of the faith, to come and drive his fellow Muslims out of Egypt. It is a moment of cynical realpolitik that shocks the young Saladin. He is witnessing the absolute moral bankruptcy of the fractured Islamic world, where a Muslim ruler would rather invite the infidel into his home than share power with a rival Muslim sect. The result is the siege of Bilbais. For 3 grueling months, Saladin finds himself trapped inside the mud brick walls of this provincial town, surrounded by a bizarre coalition of Egyptian Fatimid troops and Frankish knights. It is his first real taste of command under fire, and it is miserable. The town is small, the heat is ferocious, and the food is terrible. Saladin is not leading cavalry charges. He is likely managing the dwindling grain supplies, soothing the frayed tempers of the Kurdish soldiers who are hallucinating about mountain streams, and dodging the mangonel stones that the crusaders lob over the walls with rhythmic punctuality. Yet, it is here, in the claustrophobic pressure cooker of Bilbais, that historians believe the steel in Saladin's spine begins to harden. He spends his days on the walls, looking down at the crusader camp. He sees the knights of Jerusalem up close, their heavy armor, their disciplined formations, their banners snapping in the delta breeze. He studies them. He realizes they are not demons, but men who sweat, who make mistakes, who argue among themselves. He notices that King Amalric is a hesitant commander, cautious to a fault. This is a crucial lesson. The invincible enemy is actually quite risk-averse. There is a moment of dark, absurd humor during the siege that breaks the tension. The besieging alliance of Shawar and the Crusaders is so fragile that they barely trust each other enough to fight the Syrians. At one point, rumors circulate that the Egyptians are selling supplies to Shirkuh's men through the back gates at night because the profit margins are too good to pass up. Whether true or not, it highlights the chaotic nature of this war. It is not a holy war. It is a marketplace of violence, and everyone is haggling. Just as the situation in Bilbais becomes desperate, with Shirkuh's men eating their horses and staring at the end, the geopolitical chessboard shifts again. Nur ad-Din, back in Syria, launches a massive diversionary attack on the Crusader castle of Harenk to relieve the pressure on his general. King Amalric, realizing his own kingdom is undefended, panics. He packs up his siege engines and leaves. Shawar, suddenly alone with the angry wolf Shirkuh, quickly offers a truce. "Please go home and I'll pay you to leave." Shirkuh, grinning through his beard, accepts. The Syrians march out of Bilbais with their banners flying, undefeated, their saddlebags heavy with Egyptian gold. For Saladin, the ride back to Damascus is one of immense relief. He survived. He did his duty. He assumes, with the naivety of youth, that the Egyptian adventure is over. He returns to his books, his friends, and his quiet life, telling anyone who will listen about the humidity and the treachery of the Nile. He swears he will never go back. "I saw death on every side," he reportedly tells a friend, shivering at the memory. He wants nothing more than to forget the green fields of the Delta. But Egypt is a poison in the blood of the Ayyubid family now. Shirkuh cannot stop talking about it. He has seen the weakness of the Fatimid state. He knows it is a ripe fruit ready to fall. He pesters Nur ad-Din for a second campaign, then a third, and in 1168 the call comes again. The Crusaders are breaking treaties and marching on Cairo, intending to conquer it for good. The panic in Damascus is real. If Egypt falls to the Franks, the war is lost. Nur ad-Din orders Shirkuh to mobilize immediately, and once again Shirkuh turns to his nephew. "Yusuf, get your horse." Saladin refuses. This time he is adamant. He cites his health, his lack of money, his distaste for the sea of mud, that is the Nile Delta. But Nur ad-Din himself intervenes. The Sultan commands him. There is a scholarly debate here about why Saladin was so essential. Was he a brilliant logistician, a calming influence on his volatile uncle, or simply a trusted family member in a world where trust was rare? Whatever the reason, the order is absolute. In January 1169, Saladin rides into Egypt for the third and final time. He enters Cairo not as a conqueror, but as the reluctant second in command of an army sent to save a government that hates them. The Fatimid Caliph, a young man named Al-Adid, watches from his palace balcony as the Syrians enter the gates. He sees the hulking Shirkuh, who looks like trouble. And he sees the quiet, slender man riding beside him, Yusuf ibn Ayyub. The Caliph lightly dismisses Saladin with a glance, thinking him nothing more than a scribe or an aide. It is the last mistake the Fatimid dynasty will ever make. The reluctant soldier has arrived, and though he does not know it, he will never see Damascus as a subordinate again. The sun sets over the Nile, turning the river into a ribbon of blood-red gold, and the final act of the Fatimid tragedy begins. Cairo in the year 1169 is not merely a city. It is a hallucination of wealth and complexity, a sprawling labyrinth of narrow alleys and monumental palaces that makes Damascus look like a provincial outpost. For Saladin, now 31 years old and standing in the shadow of his triumphant uncle, the city feels like a velvet trap. The air here is different, heavier, laden with the moisture of the Nile and the scent of exotic spices arriving from India and the Sudan. A cloying perfume that masks the stench of the gutters. We are now inside the walls of the Fatimid royal city, a forbidden zone known as Al-Qahira, the Victorious, from which the modern name Cairo is derived. It is a city within a city, a fortress of luxury where the caliphs live in seclusion behind screens of gold and silk, cut off from the reality of their crumbling empire. Saladin walks these corridors with a sense of unease. The floors are paved with marble, so polished it reflects the torches like water, and the ceilings are lost in the gloom of intricate cedar carvings. Everywhere there are eyes, eunuchs guarding harems, spies lurking in alcoves, courtiers bowing low with smiles that do not reach their eyes. It is a world of whispers, where a cup of wine might be a gift or a death sentence, and silence is the only armor that holds. His uncle, Shirkuh, however, does not do silence. The lion of the faith has achieved his lifelong ambition. After driving the Crusaders away and executing the treacherous Shawar, Shirkuh has been appointed vizier by the Fatimid Caliph Al-Adid. It is a bizarre political marriage. A rough, Sunni Turkish general serving as the chief minister to a reclusive Shia caliph. Shirkuh treats the role with his characteristic lack of subtlety. He stomps through the delicate palaces in his riding boots, eats voraciously, drinks heavily, and governs with the loud, booming confidence of a man who believes the sword solves all riddles. For 2 glorious, chaotic months, Shirkuh is the master of Egypt. Saladin, ever the dutiful nephew, stands by his side, likely managing the boring details of logistics and pay that his uncle ignores. He looks tired. He misses Syria. He assumes that his role is simply to keep his uncle from exploding, both politically and physically. But destiny has a dark sense of humor. In March 1169, just 9 weeks after his triumph, Shirkuh attends a heavy banquet, eats an enormous meal. Some accounts say it was coarse meat and bulbous roots, and collapses. The diagnosis is humoral imbalance or extreme indigestion, though in a court, this poisonous whispers of arsenic naturally circulate. Yet most historians agree it was simply the lifestyle of a warrior catching up with an aging body. Shirkuh, the terrifying conqueror, dies not on the battlefield, but in bed, gasping for air. The lion is dead, and instantly the silence of the palace changes frequency. It stops being the silence of fear and becomes the silence of a vacuum, a sudden, violent emptiness that demands to be filled. The Syrian army is leaderless. The Fatimid courtiers, led by the astute and manipulative palace administrators, see a golden opportunity. They need a new vizier, but they do not want another Shirkuh. They want a puppet. They want someone weak, someone without a strong base of support, someone they can control, manipulate, and eventually discard when the Syrian army is sent home. Their eyes roam over the gathered Ayyubid family and the Turkish emirs. They see the hardened veterans, the scarred captains, who would be just as dangerous as Shirkuh. And then they see Yusuf. They see Saladin. What do they see? They see a young man of slight build, possessing a beard that is not yet fully thick with age. They see a man who speaks softly, who defers to his elders, who spends his free time visiting mosques and reading history rather than hunting or dueling. They see a Kurd in an army of Turks, an outsider with no natural constituency among the soldiers. To the Fatimid elite, hiding behind their silk screens, Saladin looks like the perfect victim. One chronicler of the time records the reasoning of the Caliph's advisors explicitly. There is no one weaker or younger than Yusuf. They believe he will be a placeholder, a soft clay figure they can mold. It is one of the most spectacular miscalculations in the history of the Middle East. The selection process is fraught with tension. The Turkish emirs in the army are furious. They do not want to be led by a Kurd, and certainly not by the bookish nephew of their late commander. There are shouting matches in the camps, swords half drawn, threats of mutiny. Saladin, for his part, seems almost passive, perhaps genuinely grieving his uncle, or perhaps sensing that to reach for power too openly is to guarantee his own death. He lets the politics swirl around him like a sandstorm. Finally, through a combination of Fatimid support, who think he is weak, and the begrudging acceptance of the Ayyubid loyalists, who want to keep the position in the family, Saladin is chosen. On March 26, 1169, he is summoned to the palace. The Caliph Al-Adid invests him with the robe of the vizier. He is given the title Al-Malik al-Nasir, the helping king. The courtiers smile behind their hands, thinking the title is ironic, that he will help no one, least of all himself. The moment the heavy ceremonial robe of the vizier is placed on his shoulders, something fundamental shifts within Saladin. It is a psychological transformation that has puzzled and fascinated biographers for 800 years. The man who walked into the palace was a reluctant soldier and a lover of leisure. The man who sits on the vizier's cushion is entirely different. It is as if the weight of the responsibility crushes the frivolity out of him. He later told his scribe, "When God gave me the land of Egypt, I was sure that he meant the land of Palestine for me also, and he changed my heart." He suddenly understands the lethal precariousness of his position. He is a Sunni vizier in a Shia state, a Kurd commanding Turks, a young man surrounded by wolves. If he acts like a puppet, he will be killed by his own ambitious generals. If he acts like a tyrant, he will be assassinated by the Fatimid palace guard. He has no room for error. He stops drinking wine immediately. He abandons the poetry salons. He begins to cultivate a terrifying discipline. The courtiers who thought him weak begin to notice a change in his eyes, a hardening, a cold calculation that was not there before. He realizes that in Cairo, you do not survive by being the loudest voice in the room. You survive by being the one who listens, who waits, and who strikes only when the blow is fatal. He begins to quietly replace the palace staff with his own family members. He brings his father, Ayub, from Damascus, knowing he needs the one man he can trust absolutely. The weak scholar is gone, replaced by a man who has looked into the abyss of power and decided not to blink. The camera of our mind lingers on Saladin alone in his chambers that first night as vizier. The sounds of the great city drift through the window. The call to prayer, the bark of dogs, the murmur of the Nile. He touches the cold stone of the wall. He is the master of Egypt now, but he is also its prisoner. The game has begun, and the first move he makes will determine whether he becomes a footnote in history or its author. He blows out the candle, and the room plunges into darkness, leaving only the moonlight to illuminate the face of a man who has just realized that his life as he knew it is over. The palace of the Fatimids is silent, but it is the silence of a held breath, not of peace. In the weeks following his appointment as vizier, Saladin moves through the corridors of power like a man walking on a frozen lake, acutely aware that the ice beneath his feet is thin and the water below is dark and deep. The courtiers, the eunuchs, and the pampered elites of Cairo watch him with a mixture of amusement and disdain. They see a young man who is polite to a fault, who speaks in a low, measured voice, and who seems almost embarrassed by the opulence surrounding him. They mistake his courtesy for timidity. They whisper behind their fans that the helping king is merely a temporary guest, a placeholder who will be swept away as soon as the real game begins. But they are making the fatal error of confusing volume with strength. While they gossip in the cool, scented shade of the courtyards, Saladin is busy weaving a net of steel. He knows that in a regime built on treachery, his only security lies in absolute loyalty, and since he cannot buy it from the Fatimid old guard, he must import it. He begins to quietly summon his own people. Messengers ride north, their saddlebags filled with letters rather than gold, calling for his brothers, his cousins, and the trusted retainers of the Ayyubid clan. Slowly, the complexion of the palace guard begins to change. The colorful, silk-clad Fatimid troops are gradually outnumbered by grim-faced Kurds and Turks in practical wool and chainmail, men who do not care for court etiquette, but who know how to hold a perimeter. Saladin establishes his own military unit, the Salahiyah, a corps loyal only to him. It is a subtle invasion, a changing of the guard performed so smoothly that by the time the Fatimid elites realize what is happening, the keys to the gates are already in new hands. The weak vizier is building a fortress within a fortress, but the old powers of Egypt do not go quietly into the night. The true power behind the throne is not the young caliph, but the chief eunuch and the vast, formidable regiments of the Sudanese Guard. These are elite African infantrymen, tens of thousands strong, who have been the kingmakers of Cairo for generations. They view Saladin and his Syrian upstarts as a virus to be purged. Tension builds in the humid summer air of 1169, heavy as a coming storm. The sensory atmosphere of Cairo shifts from the perfume of jasmine to the metallic tang of sharpened iron. A plot is hatched, a classic, bloody conspiracy. The plan is simple: trap Saladin in the narrow streets between the palaces and massacre his entourage, then expel the Syrians and return to the status quo. Historians still argue about the precise details of how the plot was discovered. Some say a spy in the harem whispered a warning. Others claim a letter was intercepted, hidden in the sandal of a messenger. Whatever the method, the intelligence reaches Saladin's desk. And here, the mask of the polite scholar falls away completely. He does not flee. He does not negotiate. He strikes with a swiftness that terrifies his enemies. The chief eunuch, the ringleader of the conspiracy, is seized and executed, quietly, efficiently, away from the public eye. It is a surgical removal of the head of the snake. But the body of the snake still writhes. The execution triggers an explosion. The Sudanese guard, furious and fearful, rises in revolt. This is the moment the courtiers predicted would be Saladin's end. 50,000 angry soldiers pouring into the streets of Cairo against a small Syrian garrison. It is called the Battle of the Blacks in the Chronicles, a chaotic, brutal struggle fought in the very heart of the royal city. For days, the sounds of commerce, the haggling merchants, the braying donkeys, are replaced by the clash of steel and the roar of fire. The fighting is claustrophobic, raging through the narrow alleys and the grand squares between the great palaces. Saladin, commanding from the saddle, shows a tactical ruthlessness that stuns the Egyptians. He does not just fight the soldiers, he attacks their morale. He sends a detachment to burn their barracks in the Al-Mansura quarter, destroying their homes and their wealth while they are fighting on the front lines. It is a cruel, decisive blow. When the smoke rises over the southern districts, the will of the rebellion breaks. The Sudanese Guard, the power base of the Fatimid dynasty for a century, is shattered and scattered. When the smoke clears, the silence that falls over Cairo is different. It is the silence of submission. The courtiers who mocked Saladin now bow so low their foreheads touch the marble. They realize too late that the boy they thought they could control is a predator of a different order. Saladin is now the undisputed master of Egypt. The Caliph Al-Adid is still on the throne, but he is a prisoner in his own palace, a figurehead whose strings are pulled by the Kurdish vizier. Yet even in triumph, Saladin feels the isolation of his position. He is a king in all but name, but he is alone. He needs an anchor, someone he can trust implicitly, and so he sends for his father. The arrival of Najm ad-Din Ayyub in Cairo is one of the most touching and revealing moments of this saga. When the news comes that his father is approaching the city, Saladin rides out to meet him, not as a sultan, but as a son. Legend says that when they met, Saladin dismounted and offered his father the vizier's sash, offering to step down and serve under him. "You are the father," he implies, "and I am but the son." It is a gesture of supreme Confucian-like piety in an Islamic context. But Ayyub, wise and politically astute, refuses. He knows that power cannot be transferred like a cloak. "God selected you for this role," he tells Yusuf. "If I had been chosen, I would not have been able to do what you have done." It is a validation that Saladin has likely craved his entire life. The father serves the son, but the son honors the father. With Ayyub by his side as treasurer and advisor, and his brothers commanding the provinces, the Ayyubid dynasty has effectively planted its flag in the soil of the Nile. This consolidation of power sends shockwaves north to Damascus. Nur ad-Din, the Zengid Sultan who sent Saladin to Egypt in the first place, hears the news with a growing unease. He intended for Saladin to be a lieutenant, a governor who would send tax revenue back to Syria. Instead, he hears reports of Saladin appointing his own family, crushing rebellions, and acting like an independent monarch. The letters from Damascus become cooler, more demanding. Nur ad-Din refers to Saladin as Al-Amir, the commander, a subordinate title, while Saladin's own scribes in Cairo are beginning to use titles that border on royal. A rift is opening, a slow-motion collision between the master and the apprentice. Saladin is now walking a tightrope between two impossible precipices. To his south, he has a conquered but sullen population and a heretical caliph he must eventually depose. To his north, he has a suspicious overlord who is wondering if he has created a monster. And in the middle, Saladin sits in the high palace of Cairo, looking out over the Nile. He is wealthy beyond imagination now. The riches of the Fatimids, emeralds the size of eggs, libraries of 100,000 books, gold stored in cisterns, are at his fingertips. But he touches none of it for himself. He begins to give it away. He showers gold on his soldiers to buy their loyalty, on the scholars to buy their prayers, and on the poor to buy their love. He is building a new kind of legitimacy, one not based on blood or ancient titles, but on generosity and competence. The transformation is complete. The party-loving youth of Damascus is dead. The Sultan of the Faithful is being born in the fire of Cairo. But one final massive hurdle remains. The name of the Fatimid Caliph is still spoken in the Friday prayers. As long as that name is spoken, Saladin serves a lie. The time is coming to end a dynasty that has lasted 200 years, to silence the prayer of the Shia and restore the name of Baghdad. It is a move that could tear the city apart or unite the Islamic world forever. He waits for the sign, listening to the wind rattle the palm fronds, knowing that the most dangerous speech of his life is about to be written. The heat of the Egyptian summer has begun to break, giving way to the golden, dusty clarity of September 1171. In the sprawling complex of the Fatimid palaces, the air is heavy with the scent of incense and the unspoken knowledge that an era is gasping its final breath. We are standing at one of the most fragile crossroads in Islamic history. For 2 centuries, the Fatimid Caliphate has stood as the great counterweight to the Sunni world, a glittering Shia empire that claimed the spiritual leadership of all Muslims. But now, that empire is confined to a single, dimly lit room where the 20-year-old Caliph, Al-Adid, lies dying. Outside the palace walls, the city of Cairo hums with a nervous energy. The people know that change is coming. They can feel it in the way the Syrian soldiers patrol the streets, in the way the merchants hoard their grain, and in the hushed conversations in the tea houses. Saladin, the man who holds the fate of the dynasty in his hands, walks the corridors of power with a heavy heart. He is the vizier of a Shia caliph, yet he is a devout Sunni warrior pledged to destroy the very institution he serves. It is a contradiction that cannot hold. The tension has been winding tight for months, a bowstring pulled back to the point of snapping. From Damascus, the pressure is relentless. Nur ad-Din, the Sultan of Syria, has lost patience with Saladin's caution. His letters are no longer polite suggestions. They are commands thundering across the desert. Why, Nur ad-Din demands, is the name of the heretic still spoken in the mosques of Egypt? Why is the name of the true caliph in Baghdad not proclaimed. To Nur ad-Din, it is a simple matter of theology and obedience. But Saladin, standing on the ground in Cairo, sees the danger that his master ignores. He knows that the Egyptians have lived under Fatimid rule for generations. Their identity is woven into the Shia rituals. To simply erase the caliph's name from the Friday sermon, the khutbah, is not just a political act. It is a religious shock that could trigger a holy war in the streets. Saladin fears that if he moves too fast, the city will explode, and the fragile order he has built will turn to ash. He is a man trying to dismantle a bomb while the timer is ticking down, and his boss is shouting at him to just cut the wire. The dilemma resolves itself in a way that feels almost scripted by fate. Al-Adid, the young caliph who had once hoped Saladin would be his savior, falls gravely ill. Historians still argue over the nature of this illness. Some whisper of slow poisons administered by ambitious courtiers, while others point to the rampant fevers of the Nile Delta. But the reality is that the young man is fading. He sends a desperate message to Saladin, asking to see him one last time, perhaps to beg for the safety of his children. Saladin refuses. It is a moment of cold, political cruelty that will haunt him later. He fears that if he visits the dying caliph, he might be swayed by pity, or worse, it might look like he is receiving orders from a dying regime. He stays away. I feared that if I saw him, Saladin later confessed, I would not be able to do what must be done. He chooses the abstract duty of the state over the concrete mercy of a final farewell. The moment of truth arrives on the first Friday of September. The scene is the Great Mosque of Cairo, a cavernous space of cool marble and shadowing arches, packed with thousands of worshippers. The air is thick with the murmur of prayers and the rustle of robes. Saladin has ordered the change. He has not announced it with trumpets. He has simply instructed the preacher on what to say. The tension in the front rows, filled with Saladin's Kurdish officers, is palpable. They have their hands on their sword hilts, ready for a riot. The preacher climbs the wooden steps of the minbar, the pulpit. The congregation waits for the familiar blessing of the Fatimid Caliph Al-Adid. Instead, the preacher takes a breath and in a steady voice offers the prayer for Al-Mustadi, the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad. The name hangs in the air for a terrifying heartbeat. It is a revolution spoken in a single sentence. It reverses 200 years of history. And then, nothing happens. There is no shout of protest, no tearing of clothes, no drawing of daggers. The congregation simply murmurs, Amen, and continues the prayer. The transition is so subtle, so anticlimactic, that it feels miraculous. The people of Cairo, exhausted by years of chaos and civil war, seem to accept that the mandate of heaven has shifted. They are tired of the Fatimids. They are ready for the order and stability that Saladin represents. The impossible revolution passes with the quiet gentleness of a cloud crossing the sun. 2 days later, on September 13th, 1171, the Caliph Al-Adid dies. He passes away without ever knowing that his dynasty had been formally abolished in the mosques of his own capital. Saladin, in a final act of complicated mercy, orders that the news of the Friday sermon be kept from the dying man. Let him die in peace, he commands. Do not embitter his final draft. It is a small kindness, a way to let the last Fatif exit the stage with his dignity intact, even if his throne has already crumbled. With the death of Al-Adid, The mask is finally dropped. The Fatimid Caliphate is extinct. The banners of green are taken down, replaced by the black banners of the Abbasids. Egypt is officially brought back into the Sunni fold. The immense, staggering wealth of the Fatimid palaces is unlocked. Saladin walks through the treasury, his boots echoing on floors piled high with treasures that defy description. Emeralds the size of fists, chess sets made of ruby and pearl, a library of 100,000 manuscripts bound in silk. A lesser man would have lost his mind with greed. A strategic man would have hoarded it for war. Saladin does neither. He gives it away. He sells the treasures and distributes the proceeds to his soldiers, to the scholars, to the poor. He keeps nothing for himself. He moves his family out of the lavish palaces and into the simpler, defensible quarters of the vizierate. He wants to make a statement. The era of the secluded, hoarding god king is over. The era of the warrior servant has begun, but in the silence of his victory, a new and more dangerous noise begins to reach him from the north. The success of the revolution has a bitter aftertaste. As long as the Fatimid Caliphate existed, Saladin could claim he was merely a governor operating in a complex, hostile territory, needing autonomy to survive. He was a buffer zone. Now, the buffer is gone. He is simply a Sunni governor ruling a Sunni province, directly under the authority of Nur ad-Din. The justification for his independence has evaporated. Nur ad-Din knows this. In Damascus, the Sultan celebrates the news of Egypt's conversion with public festivals. But privately, his suspicion deepens. He sees a lieutenant who is becoming too powerful, too popular, and too generous with money that should be flowing into the Syrian treasury. The relationship between the two men shifts from mentor and protege to rival monarchs. Nur ad-Din begins to assemble his army, ostensibly to fight the Crusaders. But Saladin knows the truth. The army is a threat. It is a reminder. Saladin stands on the ramparts of Cairo, looking north. He has conquered Egypt. He has ended a heretical dynasty. He has unified the laws and the coinage. He has done the impossible. But as the sun sets, casting long shadows over the Nile, he realizes that the hardest battle is not against the infidel Franks or the Fatimid rebels. It is against his own master. He has ridden the tiger of ambition to the top of the mountain. But now the tiger is hungry, and he is the only meat left. The paradox of his life tightens. To serve the cause of Islamic unity, he may have to fight the very man who taught him to believe in it. The wind shifts, bringing the chill of the coming winter, and Saladin pulls his cloak tighter. The easy days, if they ever existed, are gone. The game of empires has entered its deadliest phase. The desert that stretches between Damascus and Cairo is not just a barrier of sand and stone. In the early 1170s, it becomes a vast, silent theater for a drama of unspoken words and averted gazes. Saladin sits in Cairo, the master of a revitalized Egypt, while Nur ad-Din sits in Damascus, the aging lion watching his cub grow suspiciously large. It is a relationship dissolving in slow motion, a political Cold War fought with polite letters and extravagant gifts rather than armies. But the threat of violence hangs in the air like the static charge before a lightning strike. The wind blows south from Syria, carrying messages that begin with, "To our faithful servant," but end with requests that sound increasingly like threats. Nur ad-Din wants the money, the troops, and the obedience he believes he is owed. Saladin sends the money, caravans of gold, elephants, and rare fabrics trundle north. But he does not send himself. He claims he is busy. He claims the affairs of Egypt are too fragile to leave. He claims he is ill. There is a scholarly debate that has circled this period for centuries. Was Saladin a cunning separatist, carefully carving out his own empire? Or was he a terrified subordinate, genuinely afraid that his master would execute him for being too successful? The truth, as is so often the case, likely lies in the uncomfortable middle. Saladin knew his history. He knew that in the courts of the Middle East, a lieutenant who becomes too powerful usually retires to a shallow grave. He loved and respected Nur ad-Din as a father figure of the jihad, but he had no desire to share the fate of so many other loyal servants. So, he adopted a strategy of aggressive avoidance. He became the master of the diplomatic rain check. The tension comes to a head in the rocky highlands of Transjordan, near the Crusader fortress of Kerak. Nur ad-Din proposes a joint campaign. He will march down from the north, Saladin will march up from the south, and they will crush the Crusader castles between them like a nut in a cracker. It is a sound military plan, but politically, it is a trap. If they meet in person, Saladin will be expected to dismount, kiss the Sultan's hand, and effectively hand over command of his army. The independence of Egypt will evaporate in an instant. Saladin marches north. He brings his army within a day's ride of the meeting point. He can almost see the dust of Nur ad-Din's columns on the horizon. And then he turns around. He sends a frantic message to the Sultan, claiming that a plot has been discovered in Cairo, a rebellion that requires his immediate return. The government will fall if I stay, he insists. He retreats back to the safety of the Nile, leaving Nur ad-Din standing in the desert, humiliated and furious. It is a snub so public, so blatant, that it cannot be ignored. The old Sultan realizes that his faithful servant has just drawn a line in the sand. Back in Cairo, the atmosphere is terrified. Saladin summons his family council, his father Ayub, his brothers, and his generals. The room is thick with panic. They know Nur ad-Din will not forgive this. One of Saladin's hot-headed nephews, perhaps emboldened by the youthful arrogance of their recent victories, slams his hand on the table. "Let him come," he shouts. "If he marches on Egypt, we will fight him. We have the army, we have the wealth. We will drive him back to Syria." The room falls silent. Eyes turn to Saladin, waiting for his agreement. But it is his father, the wise and withered Ayub, who speaks. And what he says is a masterclass in survival, a lesson that Saladin will carry in his heart forever. Ayub stands up, his voice trembling with a rage that seems directed at his own family. He points a finger at his grandson. "Shut your mouth," he roars. "I am Saladin's father, and I love him more than any of you. But if I saw Nur ad-Din here, I would kiss the ground before him. If he ordered me to cut off Saladin's head, I would do it with my own sword." He turns to Saladin, scolding him for allowing such treasonous talk. "We are servants of Nur ad-Din. We are nothing without him." He orders the council to disperse, sending the shamed generals away. When the room is finally empty, leaving only father and son in the flickering candlelight, Ayub's demeanor changes instantly. The rage vanishes, replaced by a calm, cunning sorrow. He leans in close to Saladin and whispers the truth. "My son," he says softly, "if Nur ad-Din hears that we are planning to fight him, he will view us as rivals. He will come with all his might, and he will destroy us, for he is the Sultan, and he has the legitimacy. But if we bow, if we claim we are his humble slaves, he will have no excuse to attack. Ayub smiles, a dry desert smile. Send him gifts. Send him apologies. Keep the dog away with a bone, not a stick. If he thinks we are loyal, he will leave us alone. If he thinks we are rebels, he will not rest until we are dead. It is a profound lesson in the theater of power. Ayub teaches Saladin that pride is a luxury he cannot afford. To be a king, he must sometimes pretend to be a servant. Saladin takes the advice. He sends the most lavish apology imaginable to Damascus. He writes that he is merely the Sultan's deputy, that the soil of Egypt waits for Nur ad-Din's horse to tread upon it. He debases himself in ink so that he can remain sovereign in reality. Nur ad-Din receives the letter. He reads the flowery prose. He sees the pile of gold that accompanies it. He is not a fool. He likely knows it is a performance. But Ayub was right. Politically, Saladin has given him no pretext for war. Nur ad-Din cannot invade a province that claims to be totally loyal. He grinds his teeth, accepts the gifts, and dismisses his army. The crisis is averted, but the trust is dead. The shadow from Damascus grows longer. Nur ad-Din begins to prepare for the inevitable. He starts building a new army, one specifically designed to conquer Egypt. He stops writing to Saladin. The silence from the north becomes deafening. Saladin knows that time is running out. He begins to look for escape routes. He sends his brother Turan Shah to conquer Yemen and Nubia, securing a backdoor exit strategy in case they have to flee Egypt in the night. It is a grim contingency, the conqueror of Cairo preparing to become a refugee once again. But fate, which seems to have a particular fondness for the Ayyubid family, intervenes with a sudden, sharp twist. It is May 1174. The orchards of Damascus are in full bloom, the air sweet with the scent of apricots and almonds. Nur ad-Din, the great champion of Islam, the man who terrified kings and unified Syria, goes for a ride with his friends. He returns feeling unwell, a soreness in his throat, a fever that spikes rapidly. His physicians debate. Some say bleed him, others say do not. In the confusion, the condition worsens. It is a peritonsilla abscess, a simple infection that swells until it blocks the airway. On May 15th, 1174, Nur ad-Din dies. He suffocates in his own palace, surrounded by helpless doctors. The giant who cast a shadow over the entire Middle East falls. The news travels south with the speed of a windstorm. When the messenger arrives in Cairo, dusty and exhausted, he finds Saladin waiting. The message is delivered. Saladin listens. He does not cheer. He does not smile. He likely feels a complex cocktail of relief, grief, and terrifying freedom. The check on his ambition is gone. The father figure is dead. The master is no more. Saladin orders the city to mourn. He weeps publicly, and perhaps genuinely, for the man who gave him his start. But even as the tears fall, his mind is racing. The chessboard has been cleared. The pieces are scattered. Nur ad-Din leaves behind an 11-year-old son, a child named As-Salih, surrounded by ambitious, squabbling emirs who will tear Syria apart to control him. The unity of the Islamic world, so carefully built by Nur ad-Din, is about to shatter into 1,000 fragments. Saladin wipes his eyes. He knows what he must do. He is no longer the helping king or the deputy. He is the only adult in the room. He looks north, not with fear, but with a new, terrifying clarity. Damascus is leaderless. The Crusaders are watching. The chaos is coming. And Yusuf ibn Ayyub, the Kurd from Tikrit, realizes that he is the only one who can stop it. He stands up, walks to the window, and looks towards Syria. The shadow is gone. Now the sun belongs to him. The death of a king is never a singular event. It is a stone dropped into a still pond, creating ripples that distort the reflection of everything they touch. In May 1174, when Nur ad-Din took his final breath in the citadel of Damascus, the stillness of the Syrian summer was shattered. The great unifier was gone, and he had left behind a geopolitical catastrophe in the shape of an 11-year-old boy. This child, as Salih Ismail, was now ostensibly the most powerful ruler in the Muslim world, the heir to a vast empire stretching from the Taurus Mountains to the sands of Arabia. But in the ruthless calculus of 12th century politics, a child on a throne is not a king. He is a victim in waiting. The vacuum created by Nur ad-Din's death sucked the air out of the room, leaving the ambitious emirs, the conniving viziers, and the watchful crusaders gasping for position. Everyone knew the game had changed. The pieces were no longer locked in place by the iron will of the Sultan. They were free to move, to strike, and to fall. In Cairo, Saladin watches this chaos with the intense predatory focus of a hawk circling a field where the mice are running panicked. He does not mobilize his armies immediately. This is a moment that reveals his terrifying patience. A lesser warlord would have marched north the day the news arrived, claiming the throne by right of conquest. But Saladin understands the power of narrative. He knows that if he invades Syria now, he will be branded a usurper, a traitor who waited for his master to die before stealing his son's inheritance. He cannot afford to be the villain. He must be the hero. He must be the loyal servant, rushing to save the young prince from the evil counselors who are surely misguiding him. It is a political fiction as old as monarchy itself, but Saladin plays it with virtuoso skill. He begins a campaign not of swords, but of ink. He writes letters, hundreds of them. He writes to the young king as Salih, pouring out his grief and pledging his eternal loyalty. He writes, "I am your sword and your shield. I am the dust beneath your feet. Why have you not called for me?" He writes to the caliph in Baghdad, framing himself as the only man capable of protecting the frontiers of Islam. He writes to the confused emirs of Syria, offering stability. He is crafting a persona, the reluctant guardian, the sorrowful uncle figure who only wants what is best for the dynasty. Meanwhile, in Syria, the evil counselors are doing exactly what Saladin predicted. The court of Damascus is in turmoil. The young heir, as Salih, is terrified. He is snatched up by a faction led by the eunuch Gumushtegin, who whisks the boy away to the gloomy, fortified city of Aleppo in the north. Gumushtegin knows that whoever holds the boy holds the legitimacy, and he has no intention of letting Saladin or anyone else get his hands on the puppet. This leaves Damascus dangerously exposed. The city is leaderless, governed by a nervous coalition of nobles who look at the horizon and see enemies everywhere. To the west, the crusaders are gathering, sensing blood in the water. To the north, the ambitious cousins of the Zengid dynasty are sharpening their knives. The people of Damascus are frightened. The markets are quiet, the price of grain spikes. They need a protector. And they remember the young man who once served as their chief of police, the polite Kurd who loved poetry and justice. In the autumn of 1174, the invitation finally comes. The governor of Damascus, Ibn al-Muqaddam, sends a secret message to Cairo. Come, the city is yours if you can save us. This is the signal Saladin has been waiting for. He leaves Egypt in November, leading a small, fast-moving force of only about 700 picked horsemen. He carries with him saddlebags filled with Egyptian gold, a weapon often more effective than steel. The journey across the Sinai and up through the Transjordan is a blur of speed. He bypasses the Crusader castles, moving like a ghost through the desert, intent on reaching the gates of Damascus before his enemies can react. He is riding back to his past, back to the city of his youth, but he returns as a man transformed. When he arrives in Damascus, the gates are thrown open. There is no siege, no bloodshed. The people pour into the streets, cheering for the return of the son of Ayub. It is a homecoming of immense emotional weight. Saladin rides through the familiar streets, past the madrasas where he studied, past the polo fields where he played. He does not go to the citadel, the seat of royal power, immediately. Instead, he dismounts at his father's old house. It is a gesture of humility that brings tears to the eyes of the Damascenes. He is telling them, I am one of you. I am not a conqueror. I am a neighbor returning home. But the sentimentality is backed by steel. That very evening, Saladin climbs to the citadel. The governor, true to his word, surrenders the keys. Saladin walks the ramparts where Nur ad-Din once stood. He looks north toward Aleppo, where the boy king and his handlers are hiding. He knows that the cheering crowds in the streets are a temporary comfort. The civil war has effectively begun. By taking Damascus, he has split the Zengid Empire in half. The boy king As-Salih is now his enemy, or rather, the banner around which his enemies will rally. There is a fascinating historical detail from these first few days in Damascus that highlights Saladin's delicate balancing act. He orders the Friday prayer to be read in the name of As-Salih. He mints coins with the boy's name on one side and his own name subordinated on the other. He maintains the fiction that he is merely a servant, holding the city in trust for the rightful heir. But everyone knows the truth. The servant has moved into the master's house, and he is changing the locks. The sensory shift for Saladin must be profound. He has traded the humid, chaotic, alien atmosphere of Cairo for the crisp, clean air of the Syrian highlands. He is surrounded by old friends, by the sounds of the Levantine dialect he grew up speaking. He is home. But he is also keenly aware of the fragility of his new position. He has the city, but he does not have the rest of Syria. The northern cities, Homs, Hama, Aleppo, are hostile. They view him as a Kurdish upstart, a usurper who has bitten the hand that fed him. The Crusader spies in the city are sending messages back to Jerusalem. The Muslims are fighting each other. Now is the time to strike. Saladin spends his first nights in Damascus, not in celebration, but in feverish work. He opens the treasury of Damascus, much smaller than Egypt's, but sufficient, and begins to distribute gold to the garrison. He inspects the walls. He meets with the religious scholars, assuring them of his orthodoxy. He is securing his base. He knows that winter is coming, and with it, the inevitable counterattack from the Zengid loyalists in Aleppo. One can imagine him standing on the balcony of his father's house, listening to the winter rain begin to fall on the cobblestones of Damascus. He has achieved what his father and uncle could only dream of. He rules both Egypt and Damascus. He has united the two wings of the eagle. But the head of the eagle, Aleppo, is trying to peck his eyes out. The myth of the loyal guardian is wearing thin. Soon he will have to draw his sword against the son of the man he loved. It is a tragic necessity, a choice between personal loyalty and the survival of the state. Saladin closes the shutters against the cold wind. He has crossed the Rubicon. There is no going back to the quiet life of a scholar now. The war for the soul of Syria has begun, and the first casualties will be the innocence of the past. The winter of 1176 in Damascus brings a cold, biting wind that whistles through the narrow souks and rattles the wooden shutters of the citadel. But inside the private quarters of the new sultan, the atmosphere is warming with a different kind of energy. Saladin has spent the last 2 years fighting, skirmishing with the Zengid loyalists at the horns of Hama, dodging the political arrows of the caliphate and securing his military hold on central Syria. But he knows, with the instinct of a man who has studied the rise and fall of dynasties, that swords can only hold a city for so long. To truly rule Damascus, to weave himself into the fabric of its history rather than just sitting on top of it like a conqueror, he needs something more potent than steel. He needs blood. He needs a link to the past that the people revere. And so, the narrative turns from the battlefield to the bridal chamber, though this is a love story written in the ink of high diplomacy. The object of his attention is Ismat ad-Din Khatun. To call her merely a widow is to misunderstand the power dynamics of the 12th century Levant. Ismat is arguably the most important woman in Syria. She is royalty in her own right, the daughter of Mu'in ad-Din Unur, the legendary governor who defended Damascus against the Second Crusade. She was the wife of Nur ad-Din, the late sultan. In the eyes of the Damascenes, she is the living embodiment of the city's honor and its golden age. She is not a pawn, she is the queen on the chessboard. Saladin's decision to marry her is a stroke of political genius, but it is also a move fraught with personal risk. By taking his master's wife, he is making the ultimate statement of succession. He is literally stepping into Nur ad-Din's shoes, claiming his house, his city, and his family. To his enemies in Aleppo, it is the final insult, a usurpation of the most intimate kind. But to the people of Damascus, it is a comforting signal of continuity. It says that the chaos is over, that the old ways are being protected by a new hand. Historians have often debated the nature of this union. Was it a cold, cynical arrangement? A forced marriage? The evidence suggests something far more interesting and rare. A partnership of equals. Ismat ad-Din is no blushing maiden. She is a mature woman, likely older than Saladin, known for her intelligence, her piety, and her patronage of religious schools. She is a woman who understands power. When Saladin approaches her, through intermediaries, of course, in the delicate dance of Islamic courtship, he does not approach her as a warlord demanding submission. He approaches her as a suitor seeking an alliance. He offers her security in a world where royal widows are often cast aside or used as bargaining chips. In exchange, she offers him legitimacy. She offers him the ghost of Nur ad-Din's blessing. The wedding, celebrated in late 1176, is a moment of sensory splendor that temporarily lifts the gloom of the ongoing civil wars. Imagine the citadel of Damascus transformed. The harsh stone walls are softened by tapestries of silk and gold thread. The air is thick with the smoke of oud and ambergris. burning in silver censers to ward off the winter chill. The feast is legendary: platters of roasted lamb, mountains of saffron rice, and trays of crystallized fruits. But the true significance happens away from the public eye, in the quiet conversations between husband and wife. In his mart, Saladin finds something he has likely lacked his entire life: a confidant who understands the burden of command. Unlike his generals, who see only the next battle, or his brothers, who see the next province to govern, Ismat sees the soul of the state. She becomes his anchor. While Saladin is often away on campaign, sleeping in tents, riding through dust storms, she manages the domestic politics of Damascus. She oversees the construction of madrasas and Sufi lodges, softening his military image with works of charity. There is a tenderness in their correspondence that belies the political origin of their match. When Saladin falls ill, which he does frequently, his constitution weakened by the stress of leadership, it is Ismat who nurses him, who guards his door against the circling vultures. This marriage also marks a shift in Saladin's own psychology. He is no longer the bachelor general or the transient governor. He is a family man, a patriarch. He is putting down roots. He begins to reshape Damascus not just as a fortress, but as a capital. He expands the walls, renovates the great mosque, and builds hospitals. He is trying to create a society worthy of the woman he has married. It is said that Ismat ad-Din was the only person who could truly check Saladin's temper. The Sultan, known for his patience, could still be prone to Kurdish flashes of anger when his emirs failed him. Ismat, with a quiet word or a raised eyebrow, could talk him down, reminding him that a unifier must be more water than fire. But the domestic peace of the citadel is a fragile island in a sea of sharks. While Saladin secures his legitimacy in the bedroom and the mosque, a different kind of threat is breeding in the mountains to the west. The marriage has solidified his standing as a Sunni monarch, a champion of orthodoxy. But in doing so, it has made him the primary target of the most feared sect in the medieval world. The transition from the warmth of the wedding feast to the cold terror of the next chapter is abrupt. As Saladin sleeps in the arms of his new wife, believing himself safe behind the thick walls of Damascus, the shadows in the corners of the room seem to lengthen. He has challenged the Zengids, he has challenged the Crusaders, and he has challenged the chaotic status quo. In doing so, he has drawn the gaze of the old man of the mountain, Rashid ad-Din Sinan, the leader of the Nizari Ismaili assassins. These are men who do not fight with armies. They fight with knives in the dark. They view Saladin's rising Sunni empire not as a glorious unification, but as an existential threat to their existence. Saladin, usually so vigilant, lets his guard down in the comfort of his new life. He is happy. He is loved. He believes the political chessboard is under control. But the assassins do not play chess. They play a game where the only piece that matters is the king, and the only move is a single, fatal strike. The wind howls outside the citadel, battering the stone, and in the darkness of the Syrian mountains, men in simple robes are sharpening daggers, whispering the name of the new sultan like a curse. The honeymoon is ending, and the nightmare is about to begin. The candle flickers in the royal tent, casting long, dancing shadows against the canvas walls, shadows that seem to twist into the shapes of men holding daggers. It is the winter of 1176, and Saladin is camped outside the walls of Azaz, a fortress north of Aleppo. He is technically the besieger, the master of the field, surrounded by thousands of his own loyal troops. But inside the tent, the Sultan of Egypt and Syria is a prisoner of his own paranoia. He sits on his cushion, eyes darting to the entrance flap every time the wind rustles the fabric. He is wearing chainmail under his silken tunic, a habit he has recently adopted, and one that chafes his skin and his pride in equal measure. But comfort is a luxury he can no longer afford, for he has learned that in this war, the enemy does not always come with banners and trumpets. Sometimes the enemy comes dressed as a friend, walking softly through the dark, carrying death in his sleeve. Saladin is currently engaged in a shadow war with the Nizari Ismaili state, known to the West as the Assassins, led by the enigmatic and terrifying Rashid ad-Din Sinan, the Old Man of the Mountain. This sect controls a string of impregnable castles in the coastal mountains of Syria. They view Saladin's Sunni revival not just as a political annoyance, but as a theological abomination. Sinan has marked Saladin for death. There have already been attempts. Just months ago, while Saladin was inspecting his lines, a group of soldiers he thought were his own suddenly rushed him. The attack was a blur of flashing steel and screaming confusion. Saladin was saved only by the quick reflexes of his emirs and the thickness of his armor. He survived, but the psychological wound went deeper than any blade. The realization that the killers were inside his camp, eating his bread and walking among his men, has shattered his sense of reality. Now, outside Azaz, the terror reaches its crescendo. Saladin has taken extreme precautions. He sleeps in a specially constructed wooden tower in the center of the camp, essentially a box within a box, guarded by men he has known since childhood. He allows no one he does not personally recognize to approach him. And yet, the fear persists. It is a suffocating, claustrophobic dread that turns every servant into a potential murderer. The Old Man of the Mountain is playing a psychological game, proving that no amount of armies can stop a single man willing to die. This tension explodes in a scene that has become legendary, though historians still argue over the precise boundary between fact and hallucination. Saladin, fed up with the constant threat, decides to cut the head off the snake. He lifts the siege of Azaz and marches his army west into the rugged, mist-shrouded Ansariya Mountains. His target is Masyaf, the headquarters of the Assassin Order. It is a fortress that clings to a sheer rock pinnacle like a raptor's nest, seemingly defying gravity and logic. The march is a nightmare. The terrain is hostile, the paths are narrow, and the soldiers are spooked. They feel eyes watching them from the crags. They are fighting ghosts in a landscape designed for ambushes. Saladin lays siege to Masyaf. He unleashes his mangonels, battering the walls. He burns the surrounding villages. He is determined to crush this sect once and for all. But Masyaf does not fall. Instead, strange things begin to happen. Guards fall asleep at their posts inexplicably. Lights appear and disappear on the sheer cliff faces where no man could climb. The air in the valley feels heavy, charged with a strange, oppressive energy. The assassins are masters of psychological warfare, and they are turning Saladin's own mind against him. Then comes the night that changes everything. According to the most chilling chroniclers of the era, Saladin wakes up in his secure tent in the dead of night. The silence is absolute, unnatural. His guards, the hand-picked veterans who would die for him, are fast asleep, slumped over their spears as if drugged. The lamps have been extinguished, save for one weak flame struggling against the dark. Saladin sits up, his heart hammering against his ribs. He is alone. And then he sees it. Beside his bed, pinned to his pillow with a poisoned dagger, is a tray of hot cakes, a specialty of the assassin region, and a note. The placement is impossible. Someone had been in his tent, standing over him while he slept, breathing the same air. They could have slit his throat as easily as a baker slices dough. Instead, they left breakfast. The note is short, poetic, and terrifying. It essentially says, "By other means our grasp is tight. Why seek the foe in open fight? We hold the life you think you own, and strike when you are on your throne." Saladin stares at the dagger. It is a message written in the universal language of vulnerability. It tells him that his armies, his walls, his chainmail, none of it matters. Sinan can reach him anywhere, anytime. The old man is not trying to kill him. He is trying to teach him a lesson. He is saying, "I am letting you live. Remember that." The effect is instantaneous and profound. The next morning, Saladin orders the siege to be lifted. His generals are confused, angry. They want to storm the castle. But Saladin shakes his head. He knows when he has been beaten. He sends a messenger up the winding path to the fortress, not to demand surrender, but to ask for terms. A truce is negotiated. It is one of the most pragmatic and bizarre agreements in medieval history. Saladin agrees to leave the assassins alone, to withdraw his troops, and to stop threatening their existence. In exchange, Sinan agrees to call off the hit. The dagger is put back in its sheath. The relationship between Saladin and the assassins shifts from war to a strange, respectful distance. Some sources even suggest they later cooperated against the Crusaders, operating on the timeless principle that the enemy of my enemy is my, well, not friend, but perhaps a useful tool. Saladin rides away from Masyaf, looking back at the castle disappearing into the mountain mist. He is shaken. He realizes that there are forces in this world that cannot be conquered by conventional war. He has survived, but he has been humbled. This chapter of his life leaves a permanent mark on his character. The knife on the pillow incident, whether literal or a metaphor for the constant proximity of death, cures him of any lingering arrogance. He realizes his own mortality is not a theoretical concept, but a fragile thing held in the hands of God, and occasionally in the hands of a hushish, smoking fanatic on a mountain. He becomes more fatalistic, more reliant on his faith. He stops looking over his shoulder because he realizes it is pointless. If it is his time, it is his time. As the army descends from the mountains, returning to the open plains of Syria, the air feels easier to breathe. The claustrophobic terror of the assassins in the dark begins to fade, replaced by the familiar anxieties of statecraft. Saladin touches the spot on his chest where the chainmail sits, perhaps loosening the straps just a fraction. He has made peace with the ghosts. Now, he must turn his eyes back to the world of men. The Crusaders are still on the coast, the Zengids are still in Aleppo, and the dream of Jerusalem is still just a dream. But he is alive. And in the dangerous game of 12th century politics, waking up in the morning is the only victory that truly counts. The sun rises over the desert, burning away the shadows of Masyaf, and Saladin rides on, a sultan who has looked death in the face and negotiated a stay of execution. The mist of the mountains fades behind us, replaced by the stark, dry clarity of the northern Syrian plains, where the wind carries the scent of limestone dust and dry grass. We have left the shadow war of the assassins and returned to the open chessboard of empires. But the game has slowed down. It is now a game of inches, played not over days, but over years. The camera of our imagination pans to the horizon, where a silhouette dominates the skyline, massive and imposing against the blue vault of heaven. It is the citadel of Aleppo. To look at Aleppo in the late 12th century is to look at the heart of the Zengid resistance. It is a fortress that seems to have been carved by giants, a mountain of stone rising from the center of the city, its slopes steep and slick, its walls crowned with towers that scowl down at any army foolish enough to approach. For Saladin, Aleppo is the final obsession. It is the last piece of Nur ad-Din's legacy that remains out of his grasp. As long as Aleppo remains independent, his empire is a body with a broken spine. He controls the head in Damascus and the legs in Cairo, but the center is missing. Without Aleppo, he cannot secure his northern flank. Without Aleppo, he cannot turn his full attention to the Crusaders. And so, he waits. This period of Saladin's life, stretching from 1176 to 1183, is defined by a virtue that is rarely celebrated in action movies, but is the true superpower of empire builders: patience. Saladin spends these 7 years in the saddle, riding back and forth across Syria, fighting what historians often call the war of attrition. It is a frustrating, grinding time. His generals, men like his hot-tempered nephew Taqi al-Din, urge him to storm the city. They look at the walls and see a challenge to be smashed. "Give us the order," they shout in the war councils, their hands tracing the lines of assault on the maps. But Saladin shakes his head. He rides out to the perimeter of the city, looking up at the formidable defenses, and he sees what his generals do not. He sees that a siege of Aleppo would be a bloodbath that would destroy the very army he needs to liberate Jerusalem. He sees that starving the city would turn the population, people he intends to rule, against him forever. He realizes that he cannot conquer Aleppo with fire. He must conquer it with time. He adopts a strategy of active patience. He isolates the city. He captures the surrounding towns, Manbij, Azaz, Buzar, stripping away Aleppo's protective shell, one layer at a time. He engages in skirmishes, yes, but he avoids the decisive battle. He lets the seasons turn. Summer burns the grass to gold. Winter turns the roads to mud. Saladin is always there, a constant looming presence on the horizon, the inevitable tide that never quite recedes. He writes letters to the caliph in Baghdad, arguing his case, legitimizing his claim, slowly turning the diplomatic screws. He is suffocating the Zengid dynasty, not with a garrote, but with a silk pillow. The deadlock breaks, as it so often does, with a death. In 1181, the young king As-Salih, the son of Nur ad-Din, the boy Saladin claimed to be protecting, dies of illness at the age of 18. His death removes the emotional and moral barrier that had held Saladin back. He was no longer fighting the son of his master. He was fighting the squabbling cousins who rushed in to pick over the corpse of the dynasty. The new ruler of Aleppo is Imad ad-Din Zengi II, a man who, frankly, prefers the good life to the hard life of a besieged warlord. He looks at Saladin's circling army, he looks at his dwindling treasury, and he looks at his own desire for comfort. Saladin, sensing the weakness, makes an offer that is breathtaking in its pragmatism. He does not demand unconditional surrender. He proposes a trade. It is a moment that feels more like a merchant's haggle in a bazaar than a clash of kings. Saladin sends messengers with a proposal. Give me Aleppo, and I will give you the cities of Sinjar, Nisibis, and Al-Kabur. He offers Zengi II a golden parachute, a collection of wealthy, peaceful cities in Mesopotamia, where he can live out his days in luxury, far away from the Crusader frontier. It is a transaction. Saladin is essentially buying the city. Historical purists and romantic poets might find this anticlimactic. Where is the storming of the gates? Where is the heroism? But Saladin knows that a city bought with gold is far more valuable than a city ruined by stone throwers. Zengi II, to the disgust of his own citizens who wanted to fight, accepts. He packs his bags. He takes the silverware, the tapestries, and the treasury, and he leaves. On June 11th, 1183, the gates of Aleppo swing open. Saladin rides into the citadel not as a destroyer, but as a pilgrim arriving at a long-sought shrine. The sensory details of this entry are vivid in the chronicles. The sound of the hooves on the cobblestones, the sullen silence of the Aleppans who feel betrayed by their former master, and the look of sheer exhaustion on Saladin's face. He rides up the steep ramp to the citadel, dismounts, and looks out over the city. It is finally his. The spine of the empire is healed. From the Nile to the Euphrates, the Friday prayer is now recited in his name. But this victory comes with a heavy shadow. For years, Saladin has been criticized by his detractors, and even by modern historians, for spending more time fighting Muslims than fighting Christians. While he besieged Aleppo, the chroniclers whisper, the Franks were burning villages in the south. It is a valid scholarly debate. Was Saladin a power-hungry usurper who used the concept of jihad as a cloak for his own dynastic ambition? Or was he a visionary who understood that you cannot fight a major war with a fractured army? Standing on the walls of Aleppo, Saladin likely feels the weight of this criticism. He knows he has used up his excuses. He has spent a decade unifying the Islamic world. He has taken Cairo, Damascus, and Aleppo. He has the money, the men, and the legitimacy. There are no more rivals to distract him. The road to Jerusalem is now wide open. He stays in Aleppo for a while, organizing the administration, repairing the defenses, and winning over the population with his customary generosity. He lowers taxes. He appoints just judges. Slowly, the sullen silence of the city turns to begrudging respect, and then to loyalty. He has proven that he is a different kind of conqueror, one who builds rather than burns. But even as he governs, his eyes are turning south. The map is complete, but the purpose of the map is just beginning. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem sits on his southern border, watching this consolidation with growing dread. They know what Aleppo's fall means. It means they are encircled. It means the hammer is raised. And down in the south, in the harsh red desert of Kerak, there is a man who is watching Saladin's rise with a sneer of defiance. He is a man who does not believe in truces, patience, or diplomacy. He is Reynaud of Chatillon, the rogue knight, the pirate prince. While Saladin was playing chess in Aleppo, Reynaud was sharpening his axe. The collision between the patient sultan and the reckless knight is inevitable. It is the clash of order and chaos. Saladin turns away from the view of his new city, the wind catching his cloak. He can feel the change in the air. The time for waiting is over. The time for the great victory, or the great catastrophe, has arrived. The long peace of the attrition years is about to be shattered by a single act of violence that will set the entire Middle East on fire. To understand the fury that is about to consume the Middle East, we must shift our gaze from the disciplined, orderly court of Saladin in Aleppo and travel hundreds of miles south to a place where order goes to die. We find ourselves in the barren, red rock wilderness of the Transjordan, standing before the fortress of Kerak. Even today, the ruins of Kerak impose a sense of dread. In the 1180s, it was a monstrosity of stone perched on a narrow ridge, floating above the Dead Sea like a docked battleship. It commanded the King's Highway, the ancient artery of trade and pilgrimage connecting Damascus to Egypt and Mecca. And the master of this fortress is a man who seems carved from the same jagged rock as his castle, Reynald of Chatillon. If Saladin is the embodiment of the philosophical, restrained warrior poet, Reynald is the archetype of the chaotic, blood-drunk berserker. He is the villain of our story, yes, but he is a villain of spectacular, terrifying charisma. He had spent 16 years rotting in a dungeon in Aleppo, captured long ago in a foolish raid, and when he was finally released in 1176, he emerged not humble, but hungry. He was a man out of time, a relic of the violent First Crusade, who viewed treaties as paper meant to be burned and peace as a sin against his nature. Reynald is not interested in the delicate geopolitical dance between the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the Ayyubid Empire. While King Baldwin IV, the tragic leper king of Jerusalem, tries desperately to maintain a fragile truce with Saladin to preserve his kingdom, Reynald goes rogue. From his eagle's nest in Kerak, he watches the caravans of unarmed Muslim pilgrims and merchants moving below. To him, they are not travelers protected by international law. They are prey. He descends on them like a wolf. He loots, he captures, he kills. When the survivors remind him of the truce signed by his own king, Reynald reportedly laughs and shouts, "Tell your Muhammad to come and save you." It is a blasphemy calculated to provoke, a spark thrown deliberately into a room full of gunpowder. But in 1182, Reynald commits an act so audacious, so monstrous in the eyes of the Islamic world, that it shifts the conflict from a territorial war to an existential crusade. He decides that robbing caravans is too small. He builds a fleet of ships, but he builds them in Kerak, in the middle of the desert, in a feat of logistical madness that historians still marvel at. He tests the limits of human endurance by forcing prisoners and camels to drag these dismantled ships across the burning sands of the Negev to the shores of the Red Sea. He assembles them and launches a pirate fleet into the holiest waters of Islam. The shock of this cannot be overstated. The Red Sea was a Muslim lake, the route to Mecca and Medina. No Christian ship had sailed there in centuries. Reynald's pirates go on a rampage. They burn merchant vessels, they sack port towns, they sink pilgrim ships. They get within a day's march of Medina, the burial place of the Prophet. The panic in the Muslim world is absolute. It is as if a foreign army had landed on the shores of the Vatican. Saladin, who is up north fighting his fellow Muslims in Mosul, receives the news with a cold, trembling rage. This is not war. This is a violation of the sacred. He dispatches his admiral, Lulu, from Egypt, who chases down the pirates and destroys them. The captives are taken to Cairo, and executed publicly to reassure the terrified populace. But Reynald, the architect of the nightmare, escapes back to his lair in Kerak. It is at this moment that Saladin makes a vow, sworn before God and his generals. He pledges that he will kill Reynald of Chatillon with his own hands. It is a personal death sentence, a deviation from his usual policy of ransoming noble prisoners. Reynald has crossed a line from which there is no return. The tension focuses on Kerak. In late 1183, Saladin marches his army south to dig the tick out of the skin of the Levant. He lays siege to the fortress. And here, history offers us a moment of surreal, almost cinematic contrast. While Saladin's mangonels are pounding the walls, inside the castle, a wedding is taking place. The young Humphrey IV of Turon is marrying Isabella, the king's half-sister. The castle is filled with music, dancing, and the roasting of meat, all while the stone walls shake under the impact of heavy boulders. There is a famous story, recorded by the chronicler Ernul, that highlights the strange chivalry of the era. The mother of the groom, Lady Stephanie of Milly, sends out a portion of the wedding feast, bread, wine, and roasted sheep, to Saladin in his siege camp. It is a brazen, bizarre gesture of hospitality in the middle of a war. Saladin, never one to be outdone in manners, accepts the food. He asks which tower the newlyweds are sleeping in. When it is pointed out to him, he orders his siege engineers to spare that specific tower, redirecting their fire to the other ramparts so the couple can enjoy their wedding night in peace. It is a moment of dark comedy and grace, a warm joke of history where the Sultan plays the role of the courteous guest while trying to destroy the host. But the siege fails. The defenses of Kerak are too strong, and a relief army from Jerusalem, led by the dying but indomitable King Baldwin IV, carried on a litter because he can no longer ride, forces Saladin to withdraw. Reynald survives. He stands on his walls, mocking the retreating army. He believes he is untouchable. He believes that his stone walls and his sheer audacity will always protect him. Saladin rides away, but he is not defeated. He is merely delaying the execution. The failure at Kerak teaches him that he cannot simply chip away at the edges of the Crusader kingdom. He needs a definitive battle. He needs to draw the Franks out of their castles and into the open field. He needs them to make a mistake. And Reynald, he knows, is a man who cannot help but make mistakes. The truce of 1180, renewed and patched together so many times, is fraying. King Baldwin IV, the only Christian leader Saladin truly respects, dies in 1185, leaving the kingdom to a child who also dies. And finally, to Guy of Lusignan, a man described by his own brother as someone who, if he were a king, I would be a god. Guy is weak, indecisive, and easily manipulated by, you guessed it, Reynald of Chatillon. The stage is set. The year 1186 arrives. The truce is technically in effect, a piece of parchment standing between peace and total war. Saladin is back in Damascus, waiting. He knows that Reynald is down in Kerak, watching the road, itching for violence, bored by the peace. It is only a matter of time. The air in the Middle East feels like the seconds before a thunderstorm breaks, heavy, electric, and silent. Saladin checks his sword. He remembers the Red Sea. He remembers the vow. And he waits for the inevitable crime that will give him the moral license to unleash the storm. The desert wind that howls through the winter of 1185 carries with it not just a bite of frost, but a terrifying whisper that chills the blood of every emir and soldier in the Ayyubid army. The Sultan is dying. We must pull our focus away from the external frontiers of the empire, the stone walls of Kerak and the pirate ships of the Red Sea, and turn it inward to the fragile, treacherous landscape of the human body. Saladin is in Haran, an ancient city in Upper Mesopotamia, far from the healing gardens of Damascus. He has spent the last year on a grueling campaign to bring Mosul, the last great Zengid stronghold, into his fold. It has been a year of endless riding, sleeping in damp tents, and managing the stress of a coalition that threatens to fracture every time he looks away. The physical toll has finally come due. The historians tell us it was a terrible fever, perhaps a flare-up of chronic malaria, or a severe infection exacerbated by exhaustion. But the clinical diagnosis matters less than the existential reality. The man who holds the Islamic world together is burning up. He is delirious, his skin dry as a parchment, his breath rattling in his chest like dry leaves. For weeks, the most powerful man in the Middle East is reduced to a trembling figure beneath a pile of wool blankets, unable to lift a cup of water to his own lips. The silence in the royal pavilion is heavy, broken only by the hushed prayers of his physicians and the scratching of quills as scribes prepare the documents for a succession that seems inevitable. This illness, often overlooked in the rush to recount his battles, is arguably the most critical psychological turning point in Saladin's life. It exposes the terrifying fragility of the empire he has built. Outside the tent, the unity of the Muslims is already unraveling. Rumors of his death spread faster than the fever itself. In the camps, soldiers are packing their bags. In the cities, governors are minting coins with their own names. And in the shadows, the ambitious relatives are measuring each other for coffins. Saladin, in his moments of lucidity, sees this. He sees that his life's work is not a stone monument, but a sandcastle held together only by the force of his own will. If he dies now, there will be no jihad, no Jerusalem, no legacy, only a chaotic civil war that will leave the Franks laughing on their battlements. The realization strikes him with more force than any crusader lance. He is not fighting for territory anymore. He is fighting for time. The sensory atmosphere of the sick room, the smell of medicinal herbs, burnt vinegar, and the metallic tang of fear becomes a crucible. He makes a bargain with God in the darkness of his delirium. If he survives, he will stop wasting time on petty Muslim rivalries. He will dedicate every remaining breath to the holy war. Against all odds, the fever breaks. The recovery is slow and painful, leaving him gaunt and grey-bearded, a man who looks 10 years older than his 48 years. But as the strength returns to his limbs, a new, cold clarity settles in his eyes. He settles the dispute with Mosul, not with a conquest, but with a compromise. He accepts their nominal allegiance and moves on. He is done with Muslim wars. He orders his litter to be carried south, back towards Syria, back toward the Jordan River, back to the front line. The journey is a long, swaying agony of recovery. But as he crosses the Euphrates and sees the green hills of the Levant, he feels the surge of purpose. He is a man living on borrowed time, and he intends to spend it all in one glorious final gamble. By early 1186, Saladin is back in Damascus. The relief of the populace is palpable. They flood the streets to see their sultan, who has returned from the brink of the grave. But the man they cheer for is different. He is more somber, more intense. He spends long hours in the mosque, weeping during prayers. He divests himself of personal wealth even more aggressively than before. There is a scholarly debate about whether this born-again zeal was a genuine spiritual awakening or a calculated political consolidation, using religion to bind his army together for the coming storm. The truth is likely a fusion of both. He believes God saved him for a specific task. He looks at the map of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, at the winding path of the Jordan River that acts as a natural moat for the Crusaders, and he knows that he must cross it. The year 1186 is a year of deceptive quiet, a phony peace. Saladin is gathering his strength, rebuilding his treasury, and waiting for the truce to break. He moves his camp often, restless, traveling down to the Jordan Valley to inspect the terrain. He stands on the eastern banks, looking across the muddy, rushing water toward the hills of Palestine. The heat here is oppressive, a humid wall that rises from the lowest point on earth. But Saladin ignores it. He is studying the crossing points. He is watching the patrols of the Knights Templar on the other side. He is visualizing the movement of thousands of horses. The fever in the Jordan is no longer a sickness of the body. It is a fever of anticipation, a burning desire to fulfill the vow he made when he was too weak to stand. Meanwhile, the news from the Crusader court confirms that the clock is ticking. The leper king is dead. The child king is dead. The crown has fallen to Guy of Lusignan, a man Saladin considers a fool, and his puppet master, Reynald of Chatillon. The political chaos in Jerusalem mirrors the order Saladin is enforcing in Damascus. It is the perfect inversion. As Saladin recovers his health, the Crusader kingdom is catching a sickness of its own, the sickness of factionalism and greed. The irony is not lost on the Sultan. He realizes that the greatest weapon he possesses is not his cavalry, but the disunity of his enemies. One evening, as the sun sets over the Golan Heights, casting long purple shadows across the Sea of Galilee, Saladin calls his council. He does not speak of the illness that nearly killed him. He speaks only of the future. He tells them to prepare the grain stores. He tells them to check the water skins. He tells them to sharpen the swords. The life of a man is short, he reportedly says, a phrase that now carries the weight of personal experience. We must not die with our work unfinished. The generals look at him and see the fire that was missing during the years of attrition. The patient strategist is still there, but he is now driven by a desperate, holy urgency. The fever burned away the hesitation. What remains is pure, hardened resolve. The Jordan River flows on, indifferent to the plans of men, but soon its waters will be churned by the hooves of the greatest army Islam has ever seen. The Sultan is ready. The invalid has become the avenger. And across the river, in the high castle of Kerak, the pirate prince is polishing his armor, unaware that the man he thought was dying in Mesopotamia is now standing on his doorstep, holding the keys to the apocalypse. The winter of 1186 turns into the spring of 1187, and the truce between the Kingdom of Jerusalem and the Ayyubid Empire hangs in the air like a spider web. Intricate, beautiful to look at from a distance, but so fragile that a single rough breath could tear it apart. For Saladin, waiting in Damascus, the peace is a necessary fiction. He honors it because his religion and his honor code demand that he keep his word. But every report from the south tests his patience. The King's Highway, that ancient ribbon of trade connecting Egypt to Syria, is the pulse of his empire, and right now the pulse is irregular. The caravans are moving, but they move with the skittish haste of gazelles crossing a lion's territory. They know that the lion is watching from the red rocks of Kerak. Reynald of Chatillon is technically at peace, but a man who has spent his life drinking violence does not suddenly develop a taste for water. He sits in his high tower, looking down at the dust clouds raised by the passing camels, calculating the wealth flowing past his doorstep, his greed wrestling with his signature on the treaty. It is a wrestling match that greed is destined to win. The breaking point arrives not with a whimper, but with the clatter of steel and the screams of dying men. In early 1187, a caravan approaches the lands of Kerak. This is not just a group of merchants. Chroniclers describe it as a moving city. It is immense, laden with the taxes of Egypt, the spices of the Indies, and the personal wealth of the greatest families of Cairo and Damascus. It is a river of gold flowing through the desert. There is a persistent legend, whispered by storytellers for centuries and immortalized in the film Kingdom of Heaven, that Saladin's own sister was traveling with this caravan. It is a powerful image. The Sultan's beloved sister dragged into a dungeon by the brute Reynald. But historians largely agree this is a myth, a dramatic embellishment added later to justify the ferocity of Saladin's vengeance. The truth, however, is hardly less provocative. The caravan is protected by soldiers who carry the Sultan's banner, a symbol that is supposed to be a shield stronger than iron. Under the terms of the truce, they are inviolable. Reynald watches them come. He sees the heavy saddlebags. He sees the guards, who are likely relaxed, trusting in the parchment signed by kings. And he simply does not care. He rides out of Kerak with his knights, a thunder of hooves that shatters the silence of the desert. The ambush is brutal and efficient. The caravan guards are overwhelmed before they can fully deploy. The merchants are dragged from their camels, their goods spilled onto the sand, silks trampled by war horses, spices mixing with blood. It is a massacre of the peace. Reynald rounds up the survivors, herding them like cattle back to the dungeons of Kerak. When the captives protest, citing the truce, citing the honor of kings, Reynald reportedly sneers at them. "Ask your Muhammad to come and save you," he taunts, a blasphemy that is meant to sting more than the whip. He is not just stealing their money, he is mocking their soul. He locks them away in the dark belly of his fortress and begins counting his gold. The news travels to Damascus with the speed of a nightmare. When Saladin hears the report, the theft, the slaughter, the blasphemy, he does not fly into a wild rage. The reaction of the mature Saladin is far more terrifying. He goes very still. The fever of the previous year has burned away the indecision. He sees clearly that there can be no coexistence with a man like Reynald. The existence of Kerak is incompatible with the safety of the Hajj, the trade routes, and the dignity of Islam. He makes two final formal moves following the strict protocol of Islamic law regarding broken treaties. First, he sends a message to King Guy in Jerusalem. He demands that the king order his vassal to release the prisoners and return the goods. He is giving the Christian leadership one last chance to police their own mad dog. King Guy, weak and desperate to avoid war, sends a frantic order to Reynald. "Give it back. Release them. Do not start this war." But Reynald is the master of Kerak, and he views Guy as a usurper and a fool. He sends back a message that is breathtaking in its arrogance. I am lord in my land, as you are lord in yours. I have no truce with the Saracens. He refuses. He keeps the gold. He keeps the prisoners. He essentially spits in the face of his own king. When King Guy's apology and admission of helplessness reach Damascus, Saladin nods. The legalities are satisfied. The moral high ground is secured. He stands before his generals, his face set like stone, and declares the truce null and void. The jihad is no longer a rhetorical goal. It is an active order. He repeats his vow. Reynaud of Chatillon will die by his hand. But this time, the vow encompasses more than just one rogue knight. The kingdom of Jerusalem itself has proven it cannot keep its word. It has lost its right to exist. The mobilization order goes out, and it is unlike anything the region has seen in living memory. Saladin is not just calling up the local levies of Syria. He sends riders to Egypt, to the Jazeera, to Mosul, to the furthest corners of his empire. He calls in the debts of honor he has built up over 20 years. Come, he writes. The time has arrived, and they come. The roads of the Middle East are choked with men moving towards the muster point. From the south come the disciplined Egyptian Mamluks in their yellow silk tunics. From the north come the fierce Turkish horse archers of Mosul and Aleppo. From the mountains come the Kurdish lancers. It is a gathering of nations, a tidal wave of steel rising to crash against the limestone walls of the west. Saladin moves his headquarters to the staging area at Ashtara, south of Damascus. The camp stretches for miles, a city of tents that glows with thousands of campfires at night. The sensory atmosphere is overwhelming. The smell of roasting meat, the hammering of blacksmiths repairing armor, the call to prayer echoing from 1,000 throats at dawn. Saladin rides through the lines, no longer the sick man of Haran. He is energized, focused. He inspects the swords, he tastes the bread, he speaks to the captains. He knows that this army is expensive, ruinously expensive. He has emptied his treasury to put this force in the field. He cannot afford a long war. He cannot afford another stalemate like Kerak. He needs a decision. He needs to lure the Crusaders out of their castles, away from their water sources, and into the open jaws of the desert. In the Crusader kingdom, the panic is rising. They can see the smoke of the gathering fires across the border. They know the size of the storm that is coming. The Grand Master of the Templars, Gerard of Wrightford, urges war. The wise barons, like Raymond of Tripoli, urge caution. King Guy oscillates between them, terrified of making the wrong choice. They strip the garrisons of every castle and town to build their own great field army. They muster at Safaria, near the springs of Nazareth. It is the largest army the kingdom of Jerusalem has ever assembled. Knights, infantry, Turcopoles, and the true cross itself, carried by the Bishop of Acre. They are betting everything on one throw of the dice. Saladin watches their movements from his scouts' reports. He smiles. They are doing exactly what he hoped. They are gathering in one place. If he can destroy this army, the castles will be empty. The kingdom will be a shell without a tortoise. He looks at the map, his finger tracing the dry, dusty road that leads from Safaria to Tiberias. It is a road without water. It is a road of death. He turns to his generals and gives the order to march. The destination is not Jerusalem, not yet. The destination is the Sea of Galilee. He intends to set a trap, a bait so tempting that the Crusaders will march right into hell to take it. The truce is broken, the words are finished, and the silence of the desert is about to be filled with the roar of the end of the world. The sun over the Galilee in late June of 1187 is not merely a celestial body, it is a weapon. It hangs in a sky bleached white by heat, hammering the limestone hills until the rocks themselves seem to radiate a feverish malice. Into this furnace steps Saladin, leading an army that flows across the Jordan River like a dark, unstoppable tide. He has crossed the point of no return. On June 26th, his forces begin the ascent from the valley floor onto the plateau of Palestine. The numbers are staggering. Estimates vary, but modern historians suggest he commands some 30,000 men, including 12,000 heavy cavalry and swarms of light horse archers. It is a force that consumes the landscape, drinking wells dry and stripping fields bare. A storm of steel and purpose that has been building for decades. But Saladin knows that numbers alone do not guarantee victory against the Franks. The Crusader heavy cavalry charge is still the most terrifying tactical weapon in the known world, capable of shattering any line it hits. He cannot fight them on their terms. He cannot crash against their shield wall while they are fresh and hydrated. He needs to break them before the battle even begins. He moves to the town of Tiberias, a jewel resting on the western shore of the Sea of Galilee. Tiberias is the personal fiefdom of Raymond of Tripoli, the wisest and most capable of the Crusader barons. Inside the citadel, Raymond's wife, the Countess Esquiva, is holding out with a small garrison. Saladin attacks the town on July 2nd, his sappers breaching the walls within hours. The town falls, but the citadel holds. Saladin does not press the attack on the citadel with his usual fury. He is using Esquiva as bait. He knows that honor will demand the Crusaders come to rescue a noblewoman in distress. He is counting on their chivalry to override their strategy. He positions his main army in the hills above Tiberias, near the village of Kafr-Hatin, blocking the only road to the water. He waits. He has placed the cheese in the trap, and now he watches for the mouse. 15 miles to the west, at the springs of Sepharia, Sepphoris, the Crusader army is gathered. It is a magnificent, doomed assembly. Every able-bodied man in the kingdom is here. King Guy, the Templars, the Hospitallers, the bishops, and the foot soldiers. They are camped in a paradise of water and shade, with ample supplies and a strong defensive position. If they stay here, Saladin is impotent. He cannot assault them at Sepharia without risking suicide, and he cannot keep his massive army in the field indefinitely. If the Crusaders simply do nothing, Saladin will eventually have to retreat as his supplies run out and harvest season approaches. On the night of July 2nd, a war council is held in King Guy's tent. It is one of the most dramatic scenes in medieval history, a clash of personalities that will decide the fate of the Middle East. The tent is hot, filled with the smell of sweat, wine, and aggression. Messengers from Tiberias have arrived, bringing news of the siege and Countess Esquiva's desperate plight. The pressure to march is immense. But then Raymond of Tripoli stands up. He is the man whose wife is trapped, whose lands are burning. If anyone should be screaming for war, it is him. Instead, Raymond speaks with the cold, hard logic of a veteran. Let Tiberias fall, he argues. I would rather lose my city and my wife than lose the entire kingdom. He explains the trap perfectly. Between Sepharia and Tiberias lies an arid, waterless plateau. If they march tomorrow, they will be walking into a furnace in full armor, with no water sources until they reach the Sea of Galilee, which Saladin is blocking. If we go, Raymond warns, we are dead men. His logic is so undeniable that for a moment, sanity prevails. King Guy, usually indecisive, agrees. The council breaks up at midnight with the decision made. They will stay at Safaria. They will force Saladin to come to them or withdraw. It is the right choice. It is the choice that saves the kingdom. But the night is not over. In the shadows of the camp, the demons of the kingdom are at work. The Grand Master of the Templars, Gerard of Rightfort, creeps into the king's tent. Gerard is a fanatic, a man who hates Raymond of Tripoli and views caution as cowardice. He whispers poison into the king's ear. He tells Guy that Raymond is a traitor in league with Saladin. He tells Guy that the Templars will not support a king who leaves Christian women to be captured by Saracens. He plays on Guy's deepest insecurity, his lack of legitimacy. Guy is king only by marriage. He is viewed as a weak upstart by the old nobility. Gerard tells him, essentially, if you don't march, you are not a king. You are a coward. Reynald of Chatillon, the pirate of Carac, likely adds his own voice to the chorus. Do you fear the Saracens? He mocks. Since when do Franks count the enemy? The pressure breaks the weak king. In a moment of tragic weakness that will doom thousands, Guy reverses the order. He commands the army to march at dawn. When the sun rises on July 3rd, 1187, the soldiers are woken not by the call to breakfast, but by the trumpets of war. They are confused. They thought they were staying. As they form up, Raymond of Tripoli sees the banners moving and reportedly cries out, Ah, Lord God, the war is over. We are dead men. The kingdom is finished. But he takes his place in the vanguard as feudal duty demands. The march begins. The column is miles long, 20,000 men, horses and wagons. They leave the sweet, cool springs of Safaria behind and step out onto the dry limestone plateau. Almost immediately, the heat hammers them. It is July in the Galilee. The temperature soars. The soldiers are wearing heavy mail hauberks, padded gambesons, and iron helmets, essentially walking ovens. Saladin's scouts on the hills watch the dust cloud rising. They gallop back to the Sultan. They are coming, they report. Saladin can surely scarcely believe his luck. He exclaims, What we want is happening. He dispatches his light cavalry, the Turkish horse archers, to swarm the column. They do not charge. They hover on the flanks, raining arrows down on the plodding crusaders. The arrows are not meant to kill the knights. Their armor is too thick, but to kill the horses and wound the infantry. The march becomes a death march. The crusaders are moving through a landscape that offers no shade and no water. The Muslim archers set fire to the dry grass and scrub. The wind blows the smoke into the faces of the Franks, choking them, blinding them, adding the heat of fire to the heat of the sun. They are dying of thirst while marching toward a lake they cannot reach. By the afternoon, the Crusader army is stalling. They are only halfway to Tiberias. The rearguard, commanded by Balian of Ibelin and the Templars, is being hammered so hard by Saladin's skirmishers that they have to stop repeatedly to fight them off. The column compresses, stopping and starting, bleeding energy with every step. King Guy asks Raymond, What should we do? Raymond points to the springs of Kafr Hatin, a small water source nearby. We must make for the springs. But Saladin is already there. He has blocked the way. The Crusaders are cut off. They cannot reach the water of Hatin, and they cannot retreat to Safaria. They are trapped on a twin-peaked hill called the Horns of Hatin, a geological formation that looks like a tombstone rising from the plateau. King Guy orders the army to camp for the night. It is the final nail in the coffin. They are camping on a dry hill, surrounded by the enemy, with empty water skins. The sounds from the darkness are terrifying. The chanting of the Muslim soldiers, the beating of drums, and the taunts. Water, we have water. Saladin's men pour water onto the ground within sight of the dying crusaders. A psychological torture as sharp as any blade. Inside the crusader camp, discipline collapses. Men lick the moisture from the rocks. They kill their horses to drink the blood. They quarrel and pray. They know that when the sun rises, they will not be fighting for victory. They will be fighting for a quick death. Saladin paces in his tent. He knows the trap is shut. He orders his men to bring up the endless stockpiles of arrows. Tomorrow, he tells his generals, we do not charge until the sun has done its work. He looks out at the flickering fires of the doomed army on the hill. The storm at Safaria has moved to Hattin, and tomorrow it will break with apocalyptic fury. The dawn of July 4th, 1187, does not bring relief. It brings the sun, rising like a hammer over the hills of the Galilee to strike the anvil of the horns of Hattin. The Crusader army wakes, if indeed any of them slept, to a scene that resembles a vision of purgatory. They are stranded on a dry volcanic hill, their lips cracked and bleeding from dehydration, their tongues swollen in their mouths. Below them, in every direction, the army of Saladin is waiting, a shimmering ring of steel and silk that blocks every path to the water. The sound of the morning is not the birdsong of the Galilee, but the rhythmic chanting of the Sufis in Saladin's camp and the terrifying steady beat of the war drums. Saladin has ordered his supply lines to bring up camel loads of arrows, 400 loads, the chroniclers say, dumping them in piles beside his archers. He intends to turn the sky black. As the heat begins to build, baking the men inside their iron ovens, Saladin gives the signal. The first volley is not a loose scattering of shots, but a singular roaring wave that washes over the hill. The sound of thousands of arrows striking armor is described by witnesses as the sound of hail on a tin roof, a metallic cacophony that drowns out the screams of the dying. But Saladin has a weapon more cruel than arrows. The wind is blowing from the east directly into the faces of the crusaders. He orders his skirmishers to set fire to the dry scrub and grass that covers the slopes. The flames catch instantly, feeding on the parched earth. Thick, acrid smoke rolls up the hill, choking the Franks, stinging their eyes, and adding a suffocating heat to the already blistering day. The crusaders are now fighting blind, coughing and gasping, swinging their swords at shadows in the grey haze. It is a tactical masterstroke that turns the battlefield into a claustrophobic nightmare. Inside the crusader formation, panic begins to set in. The infantry, maddened by thirst and terror, break discipline. They abandon the knights they are supposed to protect and surge toward the northern peak of the Horns, hoping to find a defensive position, or perhaps a miracle. They find neither. Cut off from the main body, they are surrounded by Saladin's horsemen and slaughtered or captured in droves. On the southern peak, King Guy and the remaining knights are left alone. The flower of European chivalry is now an isolated island in a sea of fire and enemies. Yet, even in this hopeless position, they fight with a terrifying ferocity. They are cornered beasts, and they launch charge after charge down the hill, trying to smash through the Muslim lines to reach Saladin himself. The target is the Sultan's yellow banner flying above his command tent. Saladin watches from his horse, his face tight with anxiety. He sees the desperate bravery of the Franks. He sees them crash into his lines, pushing his men back by sheer weight of iron and desperation. At one point, they get so close that Saladin reportedly tugs at his own beard in agitation, shouting, "Give the lie to the devil," rallying his men to hold the line. There is a famous cinematic moment recorded by Saladin's 17-year-old son, Al-Afdal, who is riding beside his father. The boy, witnessing his first great battle, watches a crusader charge be repelled and shouts with joy, "We have beaten them!" But Saladin turns to him, his eyes blazing, and snaps, "Be quiet. We have not beaten them until that tent falls." He points to the royal red tent of King Guy, standing defiantly on the summit. Moments later, another charge is launched, weaker this time, the horses stumbling from exhaustion. It is beaten back. The Muslim troops surge forward, swarming up the rocky slopes like a rising tide. They cut the ropes of the royal pavilion. The red tent sways, buckles, and collapses into the dust. Saladin turns to his son, tears of relief in his eyes, and says, "Now we have beaten them." The silence that follows the collapse of the tent is heavier than the roar of the battle. The fighting dies down into the moans of the wounded and the clatter of weapons being thrown to the ground. It is total, absolute victory. The Crusader field army, the largest ever assembled by the Kingdom of Jerusalem, has ceased to exist. Thousands lie dead in the blackened grass. Thousands more are being herded into circles, stripped of their armor and bound with ropes. The sheer scale of the captive haul is so immense that the price of a slave in Damascus will drop to the price of a pair of sandals. Among the spoils brought to Saladin's feet is a gilded, jewel-encrusted object that the Franks guarded with their lives, the true cross. To the Muslims, it is a piece of wood foolishly worshipped as an idol. To the Christians, it is the physical presence of God. Its capture is a spiritual blow more devastating than the loss of any castle. Saladin dismounts and enters his pavilion, now pitched on the battlefield. He orders the most valuable prisoners to be brought to him. The flap opens, and 2 men are shoved inside, stumbling and covered in dust and soot. One is King Guy of Lusignan, his face pale with shock, his lips parched and white. The other is Reynold of Chatillon. The rogue knight looks wild, his eyes still burning with defiance, even in chains. Saladin looks at them. He looks at Guy, the king who broke his word because he was weak, and Reynold, the pirate who broke the world because he was evil. The moment of judgment has arrived. The Sultan, adhering to the ancient laws of desert hospitality, motions for a goblet of iced rose water, a luxury that must have seemed like a miracle in that heat, to be given to King Guy. Guy drinks greedily, the cool liquid life returning to his veins. He then hands the cup to Reynold. Saladin's voice cuts through the tent like a whip. "Tell the king, it is he who gives this man to drink, not I. It is a critical legal distinction. In Arab custom, if you give a prisoner food or drink, you cannot kill him. He is your guest." By refusing to personally serve Reynold, Saladin is signaling that the pirate is not a guest. He is a dead man walking. Saladin dismisses the terrifying implication for a moment and turns to the trembling King Guy. "A king does not kill a king," he says softly, reassuring him. But then his gaze shifts to Reynold. He stands up, drawing his scimitar. He recites the list of Reynold's crimes, the caravans, the pilgrims, the insults to the Prophet. Reynold true to his nature, reportedly sneers back, refusing to beg. Saladin strikes. The blow catches Reynald on the shoulder, cutting deep. The guards rush in and finish the job, dragging the body out of the tent. King Guy, seeing his comrade butchered, falls to his knees, shaking uncontrollably, assuming he is next. But Saladin reaches out, gently helping the king to his feet. "Do not tremble," he says. "This man was killed only because of his maleficence and his perfidy." Outside the tent, the sun begins to set on the horns of Hattin. The air cools, carrying the scent of smoke and iron. The war for the Holy Land is effectively over, though the fighting will continue. The field army is gone. The castles are empty. The road to Jerusalem is open. Saladin walks out into the twilight, stepping over the debris of the battle. He does not celebrate with wild shouts. He kneels on the rocky ground and presses his forehead to the dust in a long, silent prostration of gratitude. He has fulfilled his vow. He has destroyed the threat. And now, he must decide what kind of conqueror he will be. Will he be a Saladin of blood, like the Crusaders of 1099? Or will he be something else? The wind shifts, blowing the smoke away, revealing the stars emerging over the Galilee. They are the same stars that looked down on David and Goliath, on Romans and Jews, and now they look down on a Kurdish sultan who holds the fate of the city of God in his hands. The air inside the royal pavilion is still thick with the metallic scent of blood, even after the body of Reynald of Chatillon has been dragged away across the carpets. King Guy of Lusignan sits alone in the corner, his hands still trembling around the empty goblet of rose water. He is a broken man, staring at the spot where his most powerful baron stood only moments before. He expects the guards to return for him at any second, to drag him out to the same fate. But the flap of the tent opens, and instead of an executioner, Saladin returns. The Sultan has washed his hands and face, regaining his composure. He looks at the terrified king, not with hatred, but with a strange, weary pity. He reassures Guy once more, ordering his servants to prepare comfortable quarters for the royal prisoner. "A king does not kill a king," he repeats, a maxim that reinforces the hierarchy of their world. In Saladin's eyes, Guy is a peer, a fellow sovereign caught in the tides of war. Reynald was a monster who existed outside the laws of God and men. This distinction between the honorable enemy and the treacherous fanatic will define the days to come. But if there is mercy for the king, there is none for the orders. As the moon rises high over the corpse-strewn battlefield of Hattin, a different scene unfolds at the base of the hill. Saladin orders the separation of the prisoners. The ordinary foot soldiers are roped together for the slave markets of Damascus. The secular knights, barons and lords who fought for land or feudal duty are set aside for ransom. But the Templars and the Hospitallers are pulled from the crowd. These are the warrior monks, the men wearing the red crosses and white mantles, sworn to eternal war against Islam. Saladin views them as an implacable cancer, men who will never honor a truce, who will never stop fighting until they are dead. He decides to grant them their wish. In the cool light of the following dawn, hundreds of these knights are led out to a low ridge. It is a scene of somber, terrifying ritual. Saladin does not assign this task to his regular executioners. Instead, he allows the scholars, the Sufis, and the devout civilians who followed his army to perform the deed, allowing them to participate in the cleansing of the land. It is a messy, brutal affair, lacking the precision of professional soldiers, but it serves a grim purpose. It signals the end of the era of the military orders as a dominant force in the Holy Land. Saladin watches from his horse, his face unreadable. He is not enjoying this. He is performing what he believes to be a necessary surgery to save the patient. By the time the sun is fully up, the silence of the Galilee is restored, broken only by the wind shifting the dust over the silent rows of the fallen. News of the catastrophe at Hattin spreads outward like a shockwave, moving faster than Saladin's army. It travels to the coast, to Acre, to Ascalon, and finally up the winding mountain roads to Jerusalem. The impact is psychological annihilation. The Kingdom of Jerusalem has not just lost an army, it has lost its entire male population. There are barely any knights left to man the walls of the castles. The cities are filled with women, children, the elderly, and the Italian merchants who are hurriedly packing their ships. The invincible Franks, who had held the coast for nearly a century, have been erased from the map in a single afternoon. In Jerusalem, the scene is one of biblical despair. The Queen Sibylla is left to govern a city of ghosts. The patriarchs and priests wander the streets in a daze. They have lost the king, they have lost the army. But most devastating of all, they have lost the true cross. The spiritual anchor of the kingdom is gone, captured by the infidel. The bells of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre toll with a heavy, mournful rhythm that echoes off the city walls, sounding less like a call to prayer and more like a funeral dirge for a civilization. Back at Hattin, Saladin holds a war council. His generals are euphoric. They shout, "To Jerusalem, to Jerusalem." They want to ride straight for the holy city while the terror is fresh. It is the obvious emotional choice. Jerusalem is the prize, the jewel, the reason they are all here. But Saladin raises a hand. He looks at the map. He sees the long coastline controlled by the Crusaders, ports like Acre, Jaffa, Sidon, and Beirut. He knows that as long as these ports are open, the kings of Europe can send reinforcements. If he takes Jerusalem now, he risks getting bogged down in a siege while a new crusade lands behind him on the coast. He makes a decision that frustrates his religious scholars but proves his strategic genius. "The coast first," he commands. "We will shut the gates to the sea. Then, when they are alone and cut off, we will take the city." The army breaks camp. They leave the rotting dead of Hattin to the vultures and turn their horses west, toward the blue shimmer of the Mediterranean. They are not marching to a battle. They are marching to a harvest. The fear of Saladin has done the work for them. The collapse of the coast is about to begin, and it will be a campaign not of sieges, but of surrenders. The grim conqueror of Hattin is about to become the irresistible tide, washing away 88 years of history, city by city, leaving the holy city isolated in the mountains, waiting for its inevitable turn. The journey from the charnel house of Hattin to the sapphire waters of the Mediterranean coast is a descent from a nightmare into a strange, sunlit dream. Saladin's army rides west, the dust of the battlefield washing off their skin in the humid, salty breeze that rolls in from the sea. They arrive at the gates of Acre on July 8, 1187, just 4 days after the great victory. Acre is the prize of the Levant, the great commercial hub where the spices of the east meet the silver of the west, a city of bustling wharves, soaring towers, and sweet sugarcane fields. Under normal circumstances, taking Acre would require a siege of months, perhaps years. It is defended by thick walls and the sea itself. But these are not normal circumstances. The city is hollow. Its garrison lies dead on the horns of Hattin. Its king is a prisoner in Saladin's tent. When the Muslim army appears on the heights overlooking the city, there is no defiance, only a collective shudder of resignation. The governor of Acre looks at the vast Ayyubid host, looks at his terrifyingly empty ramparts, and simply opens the gates. There is no battering ram, no starving populace, no blood in the gutters. The conquest of the most important port in the kingdom is achieved with the squeak of rusty hinges and the scratching of a quill on a surrender treaty. Saladin rides into the city not as a destroyer, but as an administrator. He walks through the warehouses piled high with merchandise, lightly marveling at the sheer wealth the Franks have accumulated. He sets the terms of the occupation with a leniency that baffles the European mind, conditioned as it is to the kill or be killed logic of the Crusades. He allows the Christian merchants to take their property and leave. He allows the citizens to march out unharmed, carrying their children and their heirlooms. It is a psychological weapon, more potent than Greek fire. Word spreads instantly down the coast that Saladin is a man who keeps his word, a man who prefers gold and order to massacre. This reputation becomes his siege engine. As the army moves south, the cities of the coast begin to fall like dominoes in a line. Haifa, Caesarea, Arsuf, Jaffa, names that had been Crusader strongholds for 3 generations, capitulate one after another. It becomes almost a routine, a bureaucratic conquest. One can imagine the Ayyubid quartermasters joking that they are running out of key rings before they run out of arrows. The campaign feels less like a war and more like a changing of the guard, a great sweeping of the house. The fierce resistance of the past 80 years has evaporated, leaving behind only the silence of empty castles and the sound of the surf. But in this cascade of victories, Saladin makes a single, critical error, a mistake born of his own success, and perhaps a touch of exhaustion. He bypasses the city of Tyre. Tyre is an island fortress connected to the mainland only by a narrow, sandy causeway. It is formidable, yes, but at this moment, it is leaderless and terrified. Its garrison is ready to surrender. They are literally waiting for Saladin's banner to appear so they can hand over the keys. But Saladin, looking at the strength of the walls and eager to secure the easier targets to the south, decides to leave it for later. It will fall in due time, he thinks. It is a reasonable calculation, but history hates reasonable calculations. While Saladin marches south, a single ship sails into the harbor of Tyre. It carries a man named Conrad of Montferrat, an Italian nobleman with a heart of iron and a genius for defense. Conrad looks at the panicked garrison, kicks the surrender negotiation table over, and declares that he will defend Tyre until the sea dries up. By the time Saladin realizes his mistake and turns back, the moment has passed. Tyre has become a rock that will not break, a tiny foothold of resistance that will eventually allow the Third Crusade to land. Historians still argue whether this was Saladin's fatal flaw. If he had taken Tyre, the Crusaders would have had nowhere to land, and the wars might have ended forever. But for now, Saladin turns his back on the island city, believing it to be a minor nuisance. His eyes are fixed on Ascalon, the bride of Syria, the great fortress that guards the road to Egypt. Ascalon is tougher, The garrison here refuses to surrender. They have heard of Conrad's stand in Tyre and found a scrap of courage. Saladin arrives in late August and lays siege. The fighting is fierce, a sharp reminder that the Franks, when cornered, are still dangerous. To break their will, Saladin plays his royal card. He has King Guy brought from his prison in Damascus and parades him before the walls of Ascalon. It is a cruel piece of theatre. He tells the garrison, "Surrender, and I will release your king. Fight," and he remains in chains. The defenders of Ascalon look down at their broken monarch, begging them to yield so he can be free. It breaks their hearts, and then it breaks their resolve. They open the gates. The sun is blocked out on the day of the surrender, September 4th, 1187, by a partial solar eclipse. The sky turns a bruised purple, and the shadows lengthen unnaturally, a celestial omen that both sides interpret as a sign of great change. To the Muslims, it is the moon covering the sun of the infidel. To the Christians, it is the light of God leaving the Holy Land. Amidst this coastal sweeping, a singular personal drama plays out that sets the stage for the finale. A high-ranking noble named Balian of Ibelin, who had escaped the slaughter at Hattin, sends a message to Saladin. Balian's wife, Queen Maria Komnene, and his children are trapped inside Jerusalem. Balian asks Saladin for a favor, a safe conduct pass to ride through the Muslim lines, enter Jerusalem, collect his family, and take them to safety in Tyre. It is an audacious request. "Please let me cross your territory to rescue my family from the city you're about to attack." But Saladin, ever the gentleman, agrees. He grants the pass on one condition. Balian must stay in Jerusalem for only one night and must vow never to take up arms against Saladin again. Balian swears the oath. He rides up the mountains to the holy city, intending to be a mere courier of his own kin. But when he arrives in Jerusalem, the people see him not as a husband, but as a savior. The city is leaderless, filled with weeping refugees and terrified priests. The patriarch Heraclius and the citizens beg Balian to take command. "You are the only knight left," they cry. Balian is torn. He gave his word to Saladin. To break it is to lose his honor. But the patriarch absolves him, telling him that his duty to save the Christian people outweighs his promise to a Muslim sultan. Balian, with a heavy heart, agrees to stay and lead the defense. He writes a letter to Saladin explaining his predicament, essentially saying, "I am sorry, but they have made me their commander. I must fight you." Saladin's reaction to this betrayal is astonishing. A lesser man would have vowed to kill Balian slowly. Saladin, however, understands the bind of feudal duty. He respects Balian's honesty in writing to him. He not only forgives the breach of contract, but he sends an escort of his own best soldiers to retrieve Balian's wife and children from Jerusalem and escort them safely to the coast, so Balian can fight without worrying about them. It is a moment of chivalry, so blindingly bright it almost seems fictitious, yet it is recorded in the chronicles of both sides. It sets the tone for the coming battle, a fight between two men who respect each other deeply, even as they try to destroy each other. By mid-September 1187, the coast is secured. The flags of the Ayyubids fly over Acre, Jaffa, Beirut, Sidon, and Ascalon. The sea road is closed. The kingdom of Jerusalem has been reduced to a few isolated castles and the holy city itself. Saladin turns his army inland. The air grows cooler as they ascend the Judean hills. The lushness of the coast gives way to the gnarled olive trees and white stones of the highlands. The soldiers are quiet now. The joking about keys is over. They know where they are going. They are marching to the place that has been the beating heart of their prayers for 88 years. The destination is Al-Quds, the holy house, Jerusalem. Saladin rides at the head of the column, his face set. He knows that taking the coast was a military operation. Taking Jerusalem is a divine test. The city is waiting for him, filled with desperate men led by the oathbreaker Balian, and history is holding its breath. The collapse of the coast is finished. The resurrection of the holy city is about to begin. The road to Jerusalem rises steeply from the coastal plain, a path of white dust and ancient stones winding through the Judean hills, where the olive trees twist like old men in the wind and the air grows thin and sharp. On September 20th, 1187, Saladin's army crests the final ridge. There, bathed in the golden, melancholic light of the autumn afternoon, lies the holy city. It is a sight that brings the vast, dusty host to a halt. For 88 years, this skyline, the dome of the Holy Sepulchre, the Tower of David, the repurposed dome of the rock surmounted by a cross, has been the object of their yearning, a memory kept alive in sermons and songs. Now it is real stone and mortar, standing defiant behind massive walls. Saladin rides to the front, looking at the fortifications. He does not see merely a military objective. He sees the culmination of his life's work, the promise he made to his father, to Nur ad-Din, and to God. But the city is not an open hand. It is a closed fist. Balian of Ibelin has done his work well. The walls are manned, the gates are barred, and the sun glints off the helmets of thousands of desperate men who know that they are fighting for their lives. The siege begins with a ferocity that surprises the Sultan. Saladin initially attacks the western and northern walls near the Damascus Gate, believing the defenses there to be weak. He is wrong. Balian, lacking trained knights, has knighted every squire and merchant's son over the age of 16, creating a makeshift nobility to lead the defense. The arrows rain down from the battlements in thick, deadly curtains. For days, the Ayyubid army throws itself against the stone, only to be thrown back. The sun beats down, the dust chokes the air, and the stalemate grinds on. Saladin, realizing he is wasting lives against the strongest part of the wall, makes a decisive tactical shift. Under the cover of darkness, he moves his entire camp to the Mount of Olives on the eastern side. Here, the wall is lower, and his mangonels can fire directly into the city. The bombardment that follows is a terrifying rhythmic thunder. Stones the size of mill wheels crash into the streets, shattering houses and morale. A team of Aleppo sappers, men who burrow through the earth like badgers, digs a tunnel under the northern wall. On September 29th, they pack the tunnel with wood and set it on fire. The ground groans, cracks, and then collapses. A section of the Great Wall crumbles into a heap of rubble, opening a breach into the city. The Muslim soldiers surge forward, planting their banners on the debris. The Crusaders fight back with the frantic energy of the doomed, holding the breach for one more blood-soaked day. But they know the end has come. The shield is broken. Inside the city, the scene is one of apocalyptic despair. The priests lead processions of weeping women, barefoot and in sackcloth, praying for deliverance. But Balian of Ibelin is a realist. He knows that if the Muslims storm the city by force, Islamic law permits a massacre. The sword will not discriminate between knight and child. He rides out to Saladin's tent to negotiate. It is one of the most tense conversations in history. Saladin usually so courteous, is hard. I will take the city by the sword, he tells Balian, as the Franks took it from us. He points to the breached wall. Why should I negotiate when I have already won? Balian, standing alone in the enemy camp, plays his final card. It is a threat of mutually assured destruction. Sultan, he says, his voice steady, know that we have thousands of prisoners whom we will kill. We will kill our wives and children so they do not become slaves. We will burn our houses and destroy the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We will leave you nothing but a city of ash and corpses. Saladin looks at him. He sees the resolve in the knight's eyes. He knows Balian is not bluffing. He imagines the holiest site in Islam reduced to rubble, a victory turned into a sacrilege. The Sultan pauses. The anger drains away, replaced by the weight of responsibility. He consults his council. Let us let them go, they advise. It is better to have a city of peace than a heap of stones. Saladin agrees. He sets the terms. The city will surrender, and the Christians will be allowed to ransom themselves. The fighting stops, the dust settles, and then a realization ripples through the Muslim camp, a shiver of divine coincidence that brings grown men to their knees. The date set for the surrender is October 2nd, 1187. In the Islamic calendar, this is the 27th of Rajab, the anniversary of Laylat al-Miraj, the night journey, when the Prophet Muhammad was believed to have ascended to heaven from the very rock that sits inside the city. Saladin has not planned this. The grinding pace of the siege dictated the timeline. Yet, on the very night the Prophet ascended, the city returns to the faithful. It is interpreted as a sign of supreme celestial favor, a cosmic stamp of approval on Saladin's jihad. On that Friday, the gates of Jerusalem open. There is no wild rush of looting soldiers. The Ayyubid military police, disciplined and stern, take up positions to ensure order. The black banners of the Abbasids are raised over the walls. The call to prayer, the adhan, rises from the minarets for the first time in nearly a century, weaving through the cool autumn air, replacing the tolling of the church bells. It is a sound that brings tears to the eyes of the soldiers who have fought for decades to hear it. Saladin does not enter as a triumphant emperor on a chariot. He enters as a pilgrim, humble and awestruck. He walks to the Dome of the Rock, which the Crusaders had turned into a church, covering the rock with marble and erecting an altar. He orders the marble removed, the cross taken down, and the walls washed with rose water. So much rose water that the scent drifts through the streets like a sweet, healing fog. The impossible morning has become the miraculous evening. The sun sets over a city that has changed hands, not in a river of blood, as it did in 1099, but in a quiet, stunned transition of power. The night journey is complete. The exile is over. But now, the true test of Saladin's character begins. Not how he fought the war, but how he will handle the peace. The gates of Jerusalem stand open, not to let an army in, but to let a population out. It is a scene that defies the brutal logic of medieval warfare. To understand the magnitude of what is happening in October 1187, one must remember the ghosts that haunt these stones. 88 years earlier, when the First Crusade breached these same walls, the streets ran with blood up to the knees of the horses. Men, women, and children were slaughtered in a frenzy of religious ecstasy, their bodies piled high in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The memory of that day is etched into the DNA of the Middle East. The Christians cowering inside the city now expect the same. They wait for the doors to be kicked in, for the swords to fall, for the eye for an eye that history demands. But the sword does not fall. Instead, Saladin sets up a desk. He establishes a system of orderly ransom, a bureaucratic solution to a humanitarian crisis. The terms are set: 10 gold dinars for a man, 5 for a woman, and 1 for a child. For the wealthy, this is an inconvenience. For the poor, it is a fortune they cannot hope to earn in a lifetime. The city becomes a frantic marketplace of souls. Balian of Ibelin, the defender of the city, empties the treasury to pay for the release of 7,000 of the poorest citizens. But thousands more remain, widows, orphans, the destitute, huddled by the gates, staring at a life of slavery. And here, the story of Saladin shifts from military history to moral legend. It is a moment where the ruthless Sultan seems to forget how to be a conqueror. His brother, Al-Adil, a man usually known for his sharp accounting skills, rides through the crowds of weeping refugees. He is moved by their plight. He goes to Saladin and says, "Sire, I have helped you conquer this city. Now I ask for a share of the spoils." Saladin agrees. Al-Adil says, "Give me 1,000 slaves." Saladin nods, likely expecting his brother to sell them for profit. Instead, Al-Adil walks to the gate and sets them free. The patriarch Heraclius, the religious leader of the Christians in Jerusalem, also approaches the gate. But he is not leading the poor. He is followed by carts groaning under the weight of gold chalices, silk carpets, and church treasures. He is leaving with a personal fortune, while his own flock begs for coins to buy their freedom. It is a spectacle of greed so grotesque that Saladin's emirs are furious. They whisper to the Sultan, "Let us take his gold. It is stolen from the city. We can use it to free the rest of the poor." It is a tempting argument. It would be justice. But Saladin shakes his head. "I will not deceive him," he says quietly. "I gave him my word that he could leave with his property. If he has no honor, that is between him and God. I will keep mine." He lets the patriarch pass, a man rich in gold but bankrupt in soul, walking past the Sultan, who is poor in pocket but rich in spirit. It is the sort of irony that history rarely scripts so perfectly. The infidel teaching the priest the meaning of charity. Then Saladin himself steps in. He looks at the thousands of poor Christians who are still left, the ones Al-Adil did not pick, the ones the patriarch ignored. He announces that he will free all the elderly men and women who cannot pay. He then declares that he will pay the ransom for thousands more out of his own treasury. He effectively buys his enemies from himself and then lets them go. It is a financial disaster. His treasurers are likely weeping in the background, watching the spoils of war walk out the door for free. But Saladin is building something more durable than a full treasury. He is building a legacy. There is a moment of soft, human comedy amidst the tragedy. The Frankish women, the wives and daughters of the knights killed or captured at Hattin, come to Saladin's tent. They are weeping, terrifyingly vulnerable, expecting the worst. They fall at his feet, begging for news of their husbands. Saladin, who has spent his life fighting these men, suddenly finds himself playing the role of a grief counselor. He orders his scribes to locate their husbands in the prison lists. If the husband is alive, he tells the woman where he is and arranges a reunion. If the husband is dead, he gives the widow money from his own purse to support herself. The chronicler Imad ad-Din, who was present, writes with a touch of bemusement that the Sultan was giving away money like he was trying to get rid of it. Saladin, the scourge of Christendom, ends the day handing out alimony to the wives of the men who tried to kill him. The exodus continues for 40 days. The refugees march in 2 columns, one toward the coast to take ships to Europe, and one toward the Muslim lands for safety. Saladin provides them with armed escorts to protect them from bandits, and shamefully from their own allies in the Crusader ports who might try to rob them. When the refugees arrive in Alexandria, the Muslim population, hearing of Saladin's mercy, comes out not to jeer, but to bring them food and water. The cycle of hatred, for a brief, shining moment, is broken by the example of one man. Historians still argue about the numbers. Some say 15,000 were eventually enslaved because they truly had no one to pay for them. Others say the number was much lower, but the contrast remains stark. In 1099, the Crusaders entered Jerusalem and killed everyone. In 1187, Saladin entered Jerusalem and killed no one. He allowed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to remain open. He allowed Christians to continue their pilgrimages. He did not destroy the shrines of the enemy. He simply asked for the rent. As the last of the refugees pass through the gate, Saladin stands on the walls, looking out at the Judean hills. He is exhausted. He is technically poorer than when the siege began, but he has achieved the impossible. He has retaken Jerusalem without turning it into a graveyard. He has proven that the jihad is not just about the strength of the sword, but the strength of the heart. The mercy in Jerusalem becomes a story told in the courts of Europe, confusing the kings who view Muslims as barbarians. It sows a seed of doubt in the Western mind, a suspicion that perhaps the Saracen is more chivalrous than the knight. Saladin turns back to the city. The streets are quiet. The rose water has dried on the walls of the Dome of the Rock. The muezzins are preparing for the evening prayer. He has cleaned the house. He has evicted the tenants. But he has done it with a grace that will make him immortal. He walks toward the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray, leaving the empty treasury and the open gates behind him. The war is far from over. The kings of the north are coming. But for tonight, the city of peace is finally living up to its name. The silence that settles over Jerusalem in late October 1187 is not empty. It is expectant, like the hush of a concert hall before the first note is struck. The great exodus of the Christian refugees has slowed to a trickle. The heavy wooden gates have been closed and barred, and the city is now breathing a different air. For 88 years, Jerusalem has been a Latin city, a capital of knights and bishops, filled with the sounds of French dialects and Gregorian chants. Now, it is being returned to its Semitic roots. But the transition is not merely political, it is physical. Saladin, having shown mercy to the living, now turns his attention to the stone. He walks through the Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary, and sees the layers of foreign paint and masonry that have covered the Islamic identity of the site for nearly a century. To the Crusaders, the Dome of the Rock was the Templum Domini, the Temple of the Lord. They had covered the sacred rock itself with a marble altar to prevent souvenir hunting pilgrims from chipping off pieces. And they had erected a massive golden cross atop the gold-plated dome. To Saladin, these are not just architectural changes. They are scars on the face of the holy. The restoration begins with a symbolic act that resonates through the entire city. Saladin orders the removal of the golden cross. It is a moment of high drama, watched by thousands of his soldiers gathered in the courtyard below. Ropes are thrown over the glittering dome. Men climb the curved surface with the agility of sailors, and with a great heave, the cross is dislodged. It slides down the golden roof and crashes onto the flagstones of the plaza. A roar goes up from the army. Not a scream of bloodlust, but a shout of Allahu Akbar, a release of tension that has been building for 3 generations. The cross is dragged away, not to be melted down for greed, but to be sent to Baghdad as a trophy for the Caliph, proof that the impossible promise has been kept. But removing the cross is the easy part. The real work is the purification. The Crusaders, particularly the Knights Templar, who had made the Al-Aqsa Mosque their headquarters, had fundamentally altered the structures. They had built partition walls to divide the prayer halls into rooms, granaries, and armories. They had turned the underground vaults, known as Solomon's stables, into actual stables for their war horses. The floor of the Holy Mosque is covered in decades of filth, straw, and the detritus of a military garrison. It is a desecration that brings tears to the eyes of the pious men in Saladin's retinue. Saladin takes off his armor. He puts on a simple robe. He picks up a broom. It is a stunning image. The Sultan of Egypt and Syria, the conqueror of kingdoms, sweeping the floor alongside his humblest slaves. He orders the walls to be torn down, the partitions smashed, and the latrines removed. He personally carries buckets of water. His example electrifies the army. Suddenly, generals and princes are scrubbing the floors, competing for the honor of cleaning the house of God. The physical labor becomes an act of worship. They scrape away the frescoes of the saints. They uncover the mesmerizing geometric mosaics of the Umayyad era that had been hidden beneath plaster. They lift the marble slab from the rock, exposing the raw, rugged stone from which the Prophet ascended, letting it breathe the air of Jerusalem for the first time in 90 years. Then comes the water. Saladin does not want the mosque merely cleaned. He wants it baptized in scent. He orders rose water, precious distilled essence of rose petals, to be brought from the gardens of Damascus. The chronicler Imad ad-Din reports that 5 camel loads of rose water were used. The liquid is splashed onto the floors, rubbed into the walls, and poured over the rock itself. The smell must have been overwhelming. A heavy floral cloud drifting through the open arches, chasing away the stale odors of horses and old incense. It is a sensory reclamation. The sharp, metallic smell of the crusade is replaced by the soft, sweet perfume of the Garden of Eden. But a mosque is not a mosque without a voice. The minbar, the pulpit from which the Friday sermon is preached, is missing. The Crusaders had destroyed the original one. And here, Saladin reveals the depth of his connection to the past, to the man who started this journey long before he was born. 20 years earlier, Nur ad-Din, the master Saladin served and eventually superseded, had commissioned a magnificent minbar to be built in Aleppo. It was a masterpiece of woodworking, inlaid with ivory and ebony, constructed without a single nail. Nur ad-Din had ordered it to be made for the Al-Aqsa Mosque at a time when Jerusalem was still firmly in Crusader hands. It was an act of supreme faith, building furniture for a house you do not own, in a city you cannot enter. For 2 decades, the pulpit had sat in the great mosque of Aleppo, gathering dust, a silent promise waiting to be fulfilled. Saladin sends a letter to Aleppo. Send the chair. The journey of the minbar is a procession in itself. It travels south on a wagon, guarded like a king, passing through Hama, Homs, and Damascus, cheered by crowds who see it as the Ark of the Covenant returning home. When it finally arrives in Jerusalem and is installed in the Al-Aqsa, it fits perfectly. Saladin runs his hand over the intricate wood carvings, likely thinking of Nur ad-Din. He has completed his master's work. The circle is closed. The climax of the purification arrives on the first Friday of November 1187. It is the day of the first Jumu'ah prayer in liberated Jerusalem. The crowd is immense. Soldiers, scholars, Sufis, and commoners pack every inch of the Haram al-Sharif. The tension is palpable. What do you say to a congregation that has waited 88 years for this moment? The honor of giving the sermon, the khutbah, is the most coveted prize in the Islamic world. Every imam and orator has been polishing his resume, hoping to be chosen. Saladin bypasses the famous celebrities and chooses a pious, respected judge from Damascus, Muhi al-Din ibn al-Zaki. As the judge climbs the steps of Nur ad-Din's minbar, a hush falls over the city, so profound that the wind can be heard rustling the cypress trees. He begins not with a shout of triumph, but with a verse from the Quran. So the roots of the people who did wrong were cut off, and praise to Allah, Lord of the worlds. He speaks of the sanctity of Jerusalem, the first Qibla, direction of prayer, the land of the prophets. He praises Saladin, not as a king, but as the renewer of the faith, the man who washed the rock with his tears before he washed it with water. Saladin sits in the congregation, not on a throne, but on a prayer rug among his men. Witnesses say he wept openly, his shoulders shaking. It is the release of a lifetime of pressure. He has survived the assassins, the political feuds, the exhaustion of the desert, and the carnage of Hattin to reach this single hour of rose-scented peace. He is 50 years old, his beard is grey, and his health is failing. But in this moment, he is complete. After the prayers, the celebration spills into the streets. But it is a restrained celebration. There is no drunken revelry. Instead, schools are established in the former churches. The Church of St. Anne is turned into a madrasa for Shafi'i scholars. The Sufis move into the Khanqa al-Salahiyah. The intellectual lights of the Islamic world, dimmed by a century of war, begin to flicker back to life in the holy city. Yet, even as the rosewater dries on the stone, a shadow lingers on the horizon. Saladin stands on the ramparts of the purified city, looking west toward the sea. He knows that the news of Jerusalem's fall is traveling across the Mediterranean. He knows that the ships are already sailing from Italy, carrying black sails of mourning and red crosses of war. He knows that the cleaning of the rock was the easy part. Keeping it will be the trial of fire. The kings of the north, men whose names sound like thunder, Barbarossa, Philip, Richard, are waking up. The miraculous evening is ending, and the long, hard night of the Third Crusade is about to begin. Saladin turns away from the view, pulling his cloak tight against the chill. He has purified the house of God, but now he must prepare to defend it against the wrath of the world. The news of Jerusalem's fall does not travel like a rumor. It travels like a plague, carried on the western wind across the grey, chopping waters of the Mediterranean to the courts of Europe. It arrives in the autumn of 1187, carried by a ship with black sails entering the harbour of Venice, bringing a message that strikes the Christian world with the force of a physical blow. The impossible has happened. The Holy Sepulchre is in the hands of the Saracens. The true cross is gone. The shock is so profound that legend, perhaps embellishing the truth for dramatic effect, claims that Pope Urban III died of a heart attack the instant he heard the tidings. Whether medical fact or metaphorical truth, the result is the same. The heart of Christendom stops beating for a moment, stunned by the realization that God seems to have turned his face away. But grief quickly hardens into a cold, terrifying resolve. In the cathedrals of France, England, and Germany, the bells stop tolling for the dead and start ringing for war. The Saladin tithe is levied, a crushing 10% tax on movable goods to fund the recovery of the East. This is not a request. It is a divine mandate. The crusade that follows is not a ragtag collection of adventurers and second sons. It is the marshalling of the Titans. The three most powerful monarchs of the Western world take the cross, setting in motion a collision of empires that will shake the earth. First to move, and most terrifying to Saladin, is Frederick the Furs, known to history as Barbarossa. Redbeard, he is the Holy Roman Emperor, a man of 70 years who has spent a lifetime crushing rebellions and bullying popes. He does not come by sea. He comes by land, marching a Leviathan army of perhaps 100,000 men through the Balkans and Anatolia. He is a relic of an older, harder age, a professional warlord who views the crusade not as a pilgrimage, but as a conquest. As his army smashes through the Turks in Asia Minor, panic spreads through the Muslim world. Saladin receives reports of this iron juggernaut moving inexorably towards Syria. He knows, with the cold calculation of a general, that he cannot stop Barbarossa. The numbers are too great. The discipline is too high. Saladin orders the walls of his northern cities to be dismantled to prevent the emperor from using them as bases. He prays. He prepares for the end of his empire. But history turns on the smallest of hinges. On June 10th, 1190, in the scorching heat of southern Turkey, the elderly emperor stops to cross the river Salef. The water is cold, rushing from the mountains. Impatient with the slow progress on the bridge, or perhaps wishing to cool off, Barbarossa rides his horse into the current. The shock of the cold water, the weight of his armor, or perhaps a sudden heart failure, no one knows for certain, drags him under. The man who made Europe tremble drowns in waist-deep water, miles from the Holy Land. His army, leaderless and demoralized, dissolves. Some turn back. Others die of disease. Only a fragment reaches the Levant. Saladin, hearing the news, sees the hand of God protecting the faithful. The tidal wave has broken before it reached the shore. But two other waves are still coming by sea. From France comes Philip II, a young, cunning monarch who fights with his brain rather than his sword. He is a politician, a schemer who looks at the crusade and sees a chessboard. And from England comes Richard III, the Lionheart. Richard is 32 years old, a golden-haired giant of a man who lives for the adrenaline of the charge. He is a warrior poet, a man who bankrupts his own kingdom to buy ships and swords, famously declaring he would sell London itself if he could find a buyer. He is Saladin's dark mirror, brilliant, charismatic, and utterly relentless. These two kings, though they despise each other, bring with them the wealth and fury of the West. They sail for the coast of the Holy Land, not to negotiate, but to destroy. While the storm gathers in the west, Saladin makes a decision in the summer of 1188 that remains one of the most debated moves of his life. He goes to the prison in Damascus, where King Guy of Lusignan has been held since Hattin. He looks at the broken king, the man whose incompetence handed him Jerusalem. And he releases him. Why? Was it an act of supreme mercy, honoring the pledge that a king does not kill a king? Or was it a Machiavellian stroke of genius? Saladin likely knows that Guy is a divisive figure. By releasing him, he sends a walking complication back to the Crusader camp. Guy rides to the city of Tyre, demanding to be let in as king. But Conrad of Montferrat, the savior of Tyre, looks down from the walls and laughs. "I'm the one who saved what was left," Conrad says. "You are the one who lost it." He refuses to open the gates. The Crusader leadership is instantly split into rival factions, fighting each other while Saladin watches. It seems like a masterstroke, but King Guy, desperate to reclaim his honor and his crown, does something unpredictable. Rejected by Tyre, he gathers a small, pathetic army, a few hundred knights and some Byzantine sailors, and marches south to Acre. He sets up camp outside the massive walls of the Muslim-held city, and with an audacity that borders on madness, begins to besiege it. It is a mosquito attacking an elephant. The Muslim garrison inside Acre, well-stocked and secure behind thick walls, watches him with amusement. They could sally out and crush him in an afternoon, but they wait, perhaps confused by the sheer stupidity of the move. And then, the mosquito bites. Guy's presence acts as a magnet. The remnants of the Crusader nobility, seeing a king actually fighting, begin to trickle into his camp. Then ships arrive from Europe, advance guards of the coming crusade, and join him. The camp grows, the few hundred become a few thousand. By the time Saladin realizes that this is not a joke, but a serious threat, the Crusader army has dug trenches and built earthworks around Acre. Saladin rushes his army to the coast. He attacks the Crusader camps from the landward side, trying to break their siege. But the Franks have dug in deep. They are protected by a double line of fortifications, one facing the city to keep the garrison in, and one facing the country to keep Saladin out. The situation freezes into a bizarre, deadly geometry. The Muslim garrison is trapped inside Acre. The Crusader army is trapped in a ring around them, and Saladin's army is trapped in a ring around the Crusaders. It is a double donut of death. For Saladin, the nightmare has returned. He failed to take Tyre, and now that mistake has metastasized into the siege of Acre. He spends his days in the saddle, probing the Crusader lines, looking for a weakness. But the Saladin tithe has bought good armor and deep trenches. He watches the sea with a growing sense of dread. The horizon is filled with sails. The kings are arriving. The mosquito bite has turned into a festering wound that threatens to consume his entire empire. The easy victories of 1187 are a distant memory. The war has changed. It is no longer a war of maneuver and speed. It is a war of mud, sickness, and attrition. And somewhere on one of those ships, sharpening his great axe, is the Lionheart, coming to test whether the legend of Saladin can bleed. The siege of Acre, stretching from the late summer of 1189 to the summer of 1191, is not a battle in the traditional sense. It is a slow-motion catastrophe, a grinding industrial meat grinder that chews up the armies of 3 continents. If Hattin was a flash of lightning, Acre is a suffocating fog. The geography of the conflict settles into a bizarre and deadly symmetry, a double siege that defies military logic. In the center is the city of Acre, its white walls manned by Saladin's elite garrison, desperate and cut off. Surrounding them is the Crusader army, a ragged crescent of trenches and earthworks, trapping the city against the sea. and surrounding them is Saladin's main host, a massive ring of cavalry and tents pressing inward from the mountains. It is a deadly layer cake of violence. Muslim, Christian, Muslim. For nearly 2 years, these three rings remain locked in a stalemate where the only victor is death itself. Life in the camps becomes a study in misery. The coastal plain, usually so pleasant, turns into a swamp of churned mud and human filth. The sensory reality of the siege is nauseating. The stench of unburied bodies, the rotting offal of slaughtered horses, and the open latrines of 100,000 men hangs over the plain like a toxic cloud. Disease begins to stalk the tents, killing far more men than arrows ever could. This is the camp of death, where dysentery and trench mouth, scurvy, dissolve the gums and loosen the teeth of knights and emirs alike. Saladin himself is not immune. During the winter of 1190, he is struck down by a painful, recurring illness. Likely a severe form of colic, or perhaps boils covering his lower body that leaves him unable to sit in a saddle. For a man whose entire authority rests on his physical presence as a commander, this is terrifying. Yet his will remains unbreakable. On days when he cannot ride, he orders his servants to carry him in a litter to the front lines, propping him up with cushions so his soldiers can see that the Sultan is still watching, still fighting, still enduring. The warfare itself shifts from the chivalric charges of the open field to a grim technological duel. The Crusaders, desperate to breach the walls before Saladin can break their lines, construct terrified engines of war. They build massive wooden siege towers, towering structures covered in damp hides to resist fire, rolling on great wheels towards the walls of Acre. To the defenders on the ramparts, these towers look like moving mountains, filled with archers and drawbridges, ready to vomit knights onto the battlements. But Saladin's engineers are masters of alchemy. They deploy the terrifying substance known as naft, Greek fire. In one famous engagement, a young brass worker from Damascus concocts a special blend of naphtha in clay pots. As the Crusader towers lumber close, the defenders hurl these pots, followed by burning brands. The result is not a flame, but an explosion. The towers are instantly engulfed in a chemical fire that water cannot extinguish. The Crusaders inside scream as they are cooked in their armor, the wooden behemoths collapsing into piles of ash. Saladin watches from the hills, seeing the pillars of black smoke rise, knowing he has bought the city another week, another month. Communication between the besieged garrison and Saladin's army becomes a thing of legend, a story of ingenuity born of desperation. Since the Crusader ships block the harbor and their trenches block the land, the only way in is under the water. A breathless myth versus fact note enters the chronicles here. The story of Isa the swimmer. He is a real figure, a diver who swims the dangerous distance from the open sea into the harbor of Acre under the cover of darkness, carrying gold coins and messages sealed in beeswax strapped to his waist. For months, he is the lifeline, the human telegraph wire connecting the Sultan to his trapped soldiers. One night, however, Isa does not arrive. Days later, his body washes up on the shore near the city, the gold still strapped to his belt. The garrison retrieves the money, and a grim joke circulates in the camp. Never before has a man delivered a trust after his death. It is a moment of dark humor that highlights the utter exhaustion of the participants. As the siege drags into its second winter, The political landscape inside the Crusader camps begins to fracture. In the autumn of 1190, Queen Sibylla, the woman whose marriage to Guy gave him the crown, dies of camp fever, taking her 2 young daughters with her. Her death is a thunderclap. Without Sibylla, Guy is no longer the king. He is just a widower with a bad reputation. The crown legally passes to Sibylla's half-sister, Isabella. The barons, desperate to get rid of the incompetent Guy, quickly divorce Isabella from her current husband and marry her off to Conrad of Montferrat, the capable defender of Tyre. Now, the Crusader camp has 2 kings, Guy, who refuses to give up the crown, and Conrad, who claims it by right. They spend as much time arguing over who gets to sit in the royal tent as they do fighting Saladin. Saladin watches this chaos with a grim satisfaction, hoping the polytheists, as the chroniclers call them, will destroy themselves. But the stalemate cannot last forever. The sea, which has been the Crusaders' lifeline and their prison, begins to change. The winter storms of 1190-1191 fade, and the shipping lanes open. In April 1191, the first of the great European monarchs arrives. Philip II of France, King Philip Augustus, lands at Acre. He is not a giant warrior. He is a slender, pale, calculating man, but he brings with him fresh troops, heavy siege engines, and the weight of French royalty. His arrival tightens the noose. The bombardment of Acre's walls intensifies. The evil neighbor, a massive trebuchet brought by the French, begins to pound the accursed tower at the corner of the city walls. The stone begins to crack. Saladin feels the pressure rising. He attacks the Crusader trenches furiously, trying to distract them, to pull them off the city walls, but the French hold their ground. He sends desperate messages to the Caliph in Baghdad, begging for reinforcements, for money, for anything. Islam is in danger, he writes. If Acre falls, the road to Jerusalem is open. But Baghdad is far away, and the response is slow. Saladin realizes he is fighting not just an army, but the resources of an entire continent. And then, in June 1191, the horizon turns white with sails. It is not a fleet, it is a floating city. 25 great galleys appear, their decks crowded with knights in shining mail, their hulls painted with the lions of England. Richard has arrived. The news ripples through the Muslim camp like a cold wind. They have heard the stories of the Malik Rik, the Lion King. They know he conquered the island of Cyprus on his way here just for sport. They know he is bringing a treasury so vast it can buy every stone in Acre. Saladin sits in his tent, listening to the distant cheers erupting from the Crusader lines, a roar so loud it reportedly shakes the ground. He knows that the phony war of the last 2 years is over. The attrition is finished. The duel of the Titans is about to begin. He looks at his doctors, waves away the medicine for his back, and calls for his horse. Pain or no pain, he must ride. The Lionheart is on the beach, and the final act of the tragedy of Acre has begun. If Saladin is the rapier, precise, flexible, and elegant, Richard the Ferns of England is the warhammer. From the moment the King of England steps onto the sands of Acre in June 1191, the kinetic energy of the war shifts violently. Richard is 33 years old, standing well over 6 feet tall, in an era where the average man is significantly smaller. With reddish gold hair and a voice that can cut through the roar of a gale. He does not just command the siege, he embodies it. Even though he falls ill almost immediately with Arnaldia, a mysterious, debilitating fever that causes hair and fingernails to fall out. He refuses to leave the front. The chroniclers paint a surreal picture. The King of England, carried on a silken stretcher to the very edge of the trench, shooting his crossbow at the defenders on the walls, while propped up on pillows, cheering as his bolts find their marks. To the Muslim garrison looking down, he must seem less like a mortal king and more like a terrifying, unkillable spirit of vengeance. The relationship between Saladin and Richard begins here, and it is one of the strangest in history. They never meet face to face, not once, yet they develop an intimacy that borders on obsession. While their armies are butchering each other in the mud, the two monarchs exchange gifts like courting lovers. When Saladin hears that Richard is burning with fever, he sends him baskets of snow from Mount Hermon to cool his drinks, along with fresh pears and peaches. Is this chivalry? Absolutely. But it is also a subtle power move. It is Saladin saying, I am so secure, so wealthy, and so civilized that I can afford to keep my enemy alive just to defeat him properly. Richard, not to be outdone, accepts the gifts and allegedly sends back requests for hawks and stallions. They are playing a high-stakes game of psychological poker, testing each other's honor before they test each other's steel. But fruit and ice cannot stop the physics of the siege. Richard's arrival brings a new level of professionalism to the engineering war. His stone throwers are bigger, his miners deeper. The accursed tower finally cracks under the relentless pounding. On July 12th, 1191, after 2 years of resistance, the Muslim garrison of Acre reaches its breaking point. They are starving, their walls are rubble, and Saladin's army on the hills cannot break through the Crusader ring to save them. Without Saladin's permission, for he is frantically trying to arrange a relief effort, the garrison surrenders. They strike a deal. Their lives will be spared in exchange for a massive ransom, the return of the true cross lost at Hattin, and the release of 1,500 Christian prisoners. Saladin watches from the hills as the banners of Islam are lowered from the walls, replaced by the lions of England and the lilies of France. It is a crushing blow. The city he saved from the sea has been swallowed by it, but he accepts the terms. He begins the arduous task of collecting the gold and the prisoners to pay the ransom. But then, the gears of diplomacy grind to a halt. The payment is delayed. There are disputes over the numbers. Saladin asks for more time. Philip of France, sick of the war and jealous of Richard, packs up and goes home, leaving Richard in sole command. Richard is impatient. He has a crusade to finish, and he cannot march on Jerusalem with 2,700 Muslim prisoners slowing him down. He needs to move, and he views the haggling as a stalling tactic. On the afternoon of August 20th, 1191, the chivalry dissolves into horror. Richard orders the 2,700 Muslim prisoners, men who had surrendered on the promise of life, to be marched out of the city gates. They are led to a small hill called Ayyadir, in full view of Saladin's forward pickets. The Muslim soldiers watch, assuming this is a prisoner exchange. But then, at a signal from Richard, the Crusader infantry draw their swords. What follows is a massacre of industrial efficiency. The ropes are cut, and the prisoners are butchered to the last man. The screams carry across the valley to Saladin's tent. The Sultan is reportedly paralyzed with shock, then overcome with a grief that rapidly hardens into a diamond-sharp hatred. He orders his army to attack, but it is too late. The deed is done. Richard has sent a message written in blood. He is not Saladin. He does not play by the rules of desert hospitality. He is a Western pragmatist who views war as a job to be finished, and he has just cleared the backlog. The massacre at Ayadir changes the soul of the Third Crusade. The mutual respect remains, but it is now tinged with the bitterness of a blood feud. Saladin orders the execution of Crusader prisoners in retaliation, something he had rarely done before. The gloves are off. The civilized war is over. Richard has cleared his rear lines, and now he turns his eyes south. He begins the march toward Jaffa, moving his army along the coast like a jagged steel wall. Saladin breaks camp and shadows him, moving parallel through the hills. The dance of the two kings has begun, but the music has changed from a waltz to a war march. Saladin knows he can no longer rely on the Franks making mistakes. He is facing a predator who kills without hesitation. He must stop Richard before he reaches Jerusalem, or the massacre at Ayadir will be repeated in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The road to Asuf beckons, and there, on the dusty plain, the rapier and the hammer will finally collide. The march from Acre to Jaffa is less a military maneuver and more a collision of two unstoppable forces of nature, the irresistible heat of the Palestinian sun and the immovable object of Richard's discipline. It is late August 1191, and the Crusader column is a river of steel flowing south along the coast, flanked by the Mediterranean on the right and the dark forested hills of Asuf on the left. Richard has organized his army into a fortress on the move. The heavy infantry marches on the outside, their shields overlapping like the scales of a dragon, absorbing the endless hail of arrows from Saladin's skirmishers. Inside this protective shell, the precious cavalry rides in the shade, resting their horses for the decisive moment. Saladin, riding in the tree line just a few hundred yards away, watches this formation with a mixture of frustration and professional admiration. He throws everything he has at them. He sends waves of Turkish horse archers to sting the flanks, shouting insults, banging drums, and firing until their quivers are empty. But the Crusaders do not break. They plod forward, a silent, sweating machine. Chroniclers describe the Christian infantry as looking like porcupines, walking with 10 or 20 arrows sticking out of their padded gambesons, unharmed and ignoring the torment with a stubbornness that borders on the comical. It is a psychological agony for the Muslim troops who are used to seeing enemies panic and scatter. This enemy just keeps walking. Saladin knows that if Richard reaches Jaffa and fortifies it, the road to Jerusalem will be open. He has to stop this machine. He has to shatter the shell. He chooses the forest of Asuf, a dense woodland that opens onto a narrow plain, as the killing ground. On the morning of September 7th, 1191, Saladin unleashes the full weight of his empire. The attack is ferocious. Bedouin skirmishers, Nubian infantry, and heavy Mamluk cavalry crash into the rear of the Crusader column, specifically targeting the Hospitallers. The noise is deafening, cymbals, trumpets, and the screams of Allahu Akbar, meant to terrify the horses. The pressure on the Hospitallers is unbearable. They are being hammered backward, losing men and horses, unable to strike back because Richard has given the strict order, "Do not charge until I signal." The Grand Master of the Hospitallers rides to Richard, begging, "Sire, we are being slaughtered. Let us charge." Richard, watching the battlefield with the cold, reptilian gaze of a predator, tells him to wait. He is waiting for the perfect moment for Saladin's army to fully commit, to lose its cohesion in the frenzy of the attack. But the tension snaps, whether by a breakdown in discipline or a desperate instinct for survival. Historians still debate if the signal was given or the order disobeyed. 2 knights of the hospital burst from the ranks, and the entire order follows them. The dam breaks. Richard, seeing the move, reacts instantly. He does not try to stop them. He spurs his horse and leads the entire army in a thunderous countercharge. The effect is cataclysmic. The iron wall suddenly explodes outward. The Muslim light cavalry, caught close to the heavy Crusader knights, has no time to turn and run. They are crushed. Richard carves a path through the melee, his axe rising and falling like a metronome of death. Saladin, watching from a hill, sees his army dissolve in minutes. He rides into the rout, trying to rally his men, his own bodyguard fighting desperately to keep him from being captured. It is a crushing tactical defeat, but, and here is the genius of Saladin, it is not a strategic end. As the dust settles and Richard halts his men, preventing them from reckless pursuit into the woods, a mistake that had doomed armies in the past, Saladin manages to gather his shattered forces. He realizes something profound in the twilight of Soothe. He cannot beat Richard in a pitched battle. The lion heart is too strong, his men too disciplined. If Saladin keeps trying to fight force with force, he will lose Jerusalem. So he decides to change the game. He will no longer be the hammer. He will be the dessert. He orders the dismantling of the fortresses at Ascalon and Ramla. He burns the crops. He poisons the wells. He will trade space for time, retreating into the hills, leaving Richard nothing but scorched earth and empty ruins. The Battle of Soothe proves that Richard can win the fight, but Saladin's retreat proves that he intends to win the war by ensuring there is no prize left to conquer. The 2 kings catch their breath, wiping the blood from their swords, knowing that the final test will not be on a battlefield, but at the very gates of the holy city itself. The war for the Holy Land does not end with a bang, but with a slow, grinding exhaustion that settles into the bones of every man, horse, and king in the Levant. Following the defeat at Soothe, the conflict shifts from the sharp, decisive clashes of summer to the miserable, muddy slog of winter. The rainy season of 1191-1192 is brutal. The skies open up, turning the roads to Jerusalem into rivers of grey sludge. Richard's army, marching inland toward the holy city, finds itself fighting the elements more than the Saracens. Armor rusts, food rots, and morale dissolves in the freezing damp. Saladin, meanwhile, has retreated inside the walls of Jerusalem. He dismisses the bulk of his army to let them rest and harvest their fields, keeping only a skeleton crew to man the ramparts. He is gambling on the weather and the terrain to defeat the Lionheart. It is a terrifying gamble. There are nights when Saladin paces the stone floors of the citadel, listening to the rain, knowing that Richard is only 12 miles away at Beit Nuba. The Crusaders are so close, they can see the distant glow of the city's lights reflected in the low clouds. The prize is right there. But Richard, for all his fury, is a general before he is a pilgrim. He stands on the hill of Beit Nuba, looking east. Legend says he holds his shield up to his face, refusing to look at the city he knows he cannot save, crying out, "Lord God, I pray thee that I may never see thy holy city, if so be that I may not rescue it from the hands of thine enemies." He realizes the trap Saladin has set. If he takes Jerusalem, he will be besieged inside it the moment the main Ayyubid army returns in the spring. He will be trapped just as Guy was at Hattin. In a decision that breaks his heart and nearly causes a mutiny among his men, Richard orders the retreat. The crusade turns its back on Jerusalem. Saladin breathes again. The city is safe. The war drags on for another agonizing year, a series of skirmishes and raids that bleed both empires dry. The climax, or rather, the final spasm of violence, comes at Jaffa in the summer of 1192. Saladin, seeing Richard distracted in Acre, launches a lightning surprise attack on the port of Jaffa. His soldiers storm the town, trapping the Crusader garrison in the citadel. They are moments away from surrender when a fleet of ships appears on the horizon. It is Richard. Hearing the news, he has sailed down the coast with a handful of knights. In a scene that would be dismissed as ridiculous fiction if it were not recorded by witnesses on both sides, Richard does not wait for his ships to dock. He leaps into the surf, wading ashore with a Danish axe in his hand, and charges the entire Muslim army with only 80 knights and a few hundred crossbowmen. The sheer audacity of the attack stuns Saladin's forces. They panic and retreat. Richard retakes the town in an hour. The next day, Saladin counterattacks, trying to crush Richard's tiny force on the beach. The battle is a chaotic, swirling melee fought among the tents. And here, the strange chivalry of this war reaches its peak. During the fighting, Richard's horse is killed. He continues fighting on foot, a king swinging his sword amidst the common infantry. Saladin, watching from a nearby hill, reportedly turns to his brother Aladil and says, "It is not right that a man so great should fight on foot." He orders 2 magnificent Arabian stallions to be led through the heat of the battle and presented to Richard as a gift. The messenger rides up to the Lionheart, who is covered in blood and dust, and says, "The Sultan sends these to you, for he would not see a warrior of your quality without a mount." Richard accepts the horses and rides them back into the fray. It is a moment that transcends politics, religion, and logic, a gesture of pure warrior respect between 2 men who understand each other better than they understand their own families. But the Battle of Jaffa is the end of the line. Both men are finished. Richard is struck down again by a serious illness. He lies in his tent at Jaffa, delirious, shouting for cold water. His political enemies in Europe are carving up his kingdom. His brother John is usurping the throne of England. He must go home. Saladin is in no better shape. His treasury is empty, his emirs are mutinous, and he is physically ruined by years of campaigning. He cannot dislodge Richard from the coast, and Richard cannot take Jerusalem. The stalemate is absolute. Negotiations begin. They are conducted not by the kings, but by Saladin's brother, Aladil, and Richard's envoys. The haggling is tough, but the mutual desire for rest drives it forward. Finally, on September 2, 1192, the Treaty of Jaffa is signed. The terms are a masterpiece of compromise. The Crusaders will keep a strip of the coast from Tyre to Jaffa, ensuring their kingdom survives. Saladin will keep Jerusalem and the interior. But, and this is the crucial clause, Saladin agrees that the Holy City will remain open to unarmed Christian pilgrims. They can visit the Holy Sepulchre without fear, protected by the Sultan's own peace. The war is over. The silence that falls over the orchards of Palestine is heavy and sweet. Richard prepares to sail. He sends a final message to Saladin, a boast that is also a promise. He is leaving only to gather more money and men, and he will return in 3 years to take the whole land. Saladin, ever the gracious winner, replies that if he must lose the land to anyone, he would rather lose it to Richard than to any other prince, for he has never met a knight so perfect. They never see each other again. Richard sails away into the autumn storms, destined for a German prison and an early death. Saladin remains. He stands on the walls of Jerusalem, watching the sails disappear. He has done it. He has survived the lion heart. He has kept the city. But the victory feels melancholic. The jihad is over. The unifying purpose that drove his life is gone. He is a warrior without a war. He turns back to the administration of his empire, but he looks older, smaller. The fire that sustained him is dimming. He leaves Jerusalem and heads for Damascus, seeking the comfort of his gardens and his family. He does not know it, but he is riding home to die. The treaty has bought peace for the land, but for Saladin, it marks the end of the long struggle that defined his soul. The sword is sheathed, the armor is taken off, and the man underneath is left to face the quiet. The long road from the Tigris to the Nile, from the desert of Kerak to the gates of Jerusalem, finally leads us back to where the heart has always longed to be, the gardens of Damascus. It is the winter of 1192. The storms of war have rolled out to sea, leaving behind a silence that feels both heavy and holy. Saladin returns to his capital, not with the pomp of a Caesar, but with the quiet exhaustion of a man who has carried the weight of the world for too long. He is 55 years old, but his body, worn down by decades of riding, fasting, and the relentless stress of command, carries the aches of a man twice his age. The people of Damascus line the streets to welcome him, but they notice the change. The fire in his eyes has softened into a deep, ember-like warmth. He spends his days not in the war room, but in the hunting grounds outside the city. Not to kill, but simply to ride in the crisp air, watching the gazelles bound through the wet grass, enjoying the simple, terrifying beauty of a world at peace. He spends time with his children, whom he has barely seen during the long years of the jihad. He sits in the courtyard of the citadel, listening to the fountains, perhaps marveling at the strange novelty of a day without a crisis, a day without a messenger bringing news of disaster. But the end comes with the suddenness of a winter sunset. In February 1193, the season of the Hajj brings pilgrims returning from Mecca. Saladin rides out to meet them, eager to hear news of the holy sites. It is a wet, blustery day. The skies open up, and the Sultan is soaked to the bone by a cold, driving rain. He ignores the chill, staying to greet the travelers, his hospitality overriding his health. That night, the shivers begin. It starts as a bilious fever, a lassitude that makes his limbs feel like lead. The physicians are summoned, the best minds of the Islamic Golden Age, but they shake their heads. They bleed him, they offer potions, but the vitality that once drove armies across deserts is fading. The illness lasts for 12 days. The city of Damascus holds its breath. The markets close. People gather in the mosques, not to celebrate a victory, but to pray for the life of the man who gave them their dignity back. Inside the sick room, the atmosphere is hushed and intimate. Saladin drifts in and out of consciousness. He is not surrounded by gold or silk. He rests on a simple cot. His faithful scribe and biographer, Baha ad-Din, is there, recording the final moments with a grief that stains the pages of history. He reads the Quran to the dying Sultan, When the reciter reaches the verse, "He is God, than whom there is no other God, the knower of the invisible and the visible," Saladin opens his eyes one last time. He smiles, a faint, fleeting expression of recognition, and whispers, "It is true." And then, quietly, without struggle, the breath leaves him. It is March 4th, 1193. The Lion of the Faith, the conqueror of Jerusalem, the nemesis of the lion heart, is gone. And then comes the final shocking twist, the historical truth that elevates Saladin from a great king to a transcendent figure. The palace officials go to the royal treasury to find the funds for his funeral. They expect to find the spoils of Egypt, the ransoms of Acre, the taxes of Syria. They unlock the chests. They open the strong boxes. They are empty. Inside the personal treasury of the ruler of the Middle East, they find exactly 47 silver dirhams and one solitary Tyrian gold dinar. It is not even enough to pay for the grave clothes. It is not enough to buy the straw for the bricks of his tomb. Saladin had given it all away. Every dinar of tribute, every sack of loot, every ransom payment. He had distributed it to his soldiers, to the poor, to the Sufis, to the widows of his enemies. He died in absolute poverty, possessing nothing but his name. His family has to borrow money for the funeral. His shroud is paid for by a court official. It is a revelation that stuns the world. In an age where kings hoarded gold like dragons, Saladin lived and died with an open hand. He viewed wealth not as something to own, but as something to flow through him like water, nourishing the land before moving on. The funeral is a scene of raw, unpolished grief. They carry his body out of the citadel in the afternoon. The crowd is so thick that the coffin floats above a sea of heads. Men weep openly in the streets. Soldiers tear their clothes. They bury him in a simple wooden coffin in the garden of the citadel, later moving him to a modest mausoleum near the Umayyad Mosque, where he lies today. He does not build a pyramid. He does not order a colossal statue. He leaves behind no monument of stone, only the monument of his example. Almost immediately, the political unity he built collapses. His sons and nephews, lacking his moral authority, begin to squabble over the inheritance. The Ayyubid Empire fractures into rival city-states. Damascus fights Cairo. Aleppo fights Homs. Only 36 years later, his own grandson, the Sultan Al-Kamil, will return Jerusalem to the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II without a fight, trading the Holy City for a 10-year truce. A pragmatic move that would have made Saladin spin in his grave. The empire of the sword was fragile. It turned to dust as soon as the hand that held it let go. But the empire of the spirit, that endured. The legend of Saladin detached itself from the reality of his politics and became something eternal. In the Muslim world, he became the ultimate symbol of resistance and unity, the benchmark against which all leaders are measured. But remarkably, his legacy flourished just as brightly in the West. The crusaders who returned to Europe told stories not of a bloodthirsty pagan, but of a perfect prince. They told of the ice sent to Richard, the mercy at Jerusalem, the courtesy at Kerak. Dante Alighieri, writing his Divine Comedy a century later, placed Saladin not in hell with the infidels, but in limbo, sitting quietly apart with the great heroes of antiquity, Hector, Aeneas, and Caesar. He became a mirror in which the West tried to see its own chivalric ideals reflected. Saladin's life was full of contradictions. He was a man of peace who spent his life in war. He was a usurper who served the law. He was a Kurdish outsider who became the hero of Arab nationalism. But as the camera of our history pulls back for the final time, rising above the minarets of Damascus, above the dome of Jerusalem, and above the dusty plains of Hattin, we see the unity of his character. He was a man who strove, imperfectly but relentlessly, to align his power with his principles. He conquered Jerusalem, yes, but his true victory was that he conquered the darkest impulses of his own age. He showed that it is possible to be powerful without being cruel, to be devout without being fanatical, and to win without losing one's soul. He left the world penniless, but he left it richer than he found it. And in the quiet of the history books, if you listen closely, you can still hear the echo of his generosity, a gentle whisper reminding us that what we keep is lost, but what we give is ours forever. The drums of war have faded now. The shouts of the Crusaders and the chants of the Ayyubid armies have drifted away into the vast, absorbing silence of the centuries. The fires of the siege engines are extinguished, and the dust of the marching columns has settled back onto the ancient roads. All that remains is the wind moving softly through the olive trees of the Galilee, and the stars, the same patient, burning stars that watched over Yusuf ibn Ayyub in his cradle by the Tigris, and watched over him in his final sleep in Damascus. Let the story go. Let the dates and the names dissolve like sugar in warm water. You do not need to remember the strategies of Hattin or the politics of Cairo. All you need to keep is the feeling of the journey, the warmth of the desert sun, the scent of rosewater on cool stone, and the quiet dignity of a life lived with an open hand. Feel your own body now, heavy and warm, sinking into the comfort of your bed. The battles of the day are over. The armor you wear for the world can be unbuckled and set aside. There is no one to fight here, no walls to defend, no negotiations to manage. There is only the safety of this moment, the slow, steady rhythm of your breathing, rising and falling like the tides of the Mediterranean. Imagine yourself standing on the ramparts of a quiet city at twilight. The gates are closed. The lamps are lit. The air is cool and still. You are safe. The history of the world is a long, turbulent river, but you are resting on the bank, watching it flow by, untouched by the current. Let the darkness wrap around you like a soft, velvet cloak. Let your thoughts drift away like leaves on the water. The past is a story. The future is a dream. The present is just sleep. Drift down now, deeper into the quiet, deeper into the peace that Saladin sought all his life and which he finally found. The night is yours. The stars are keeping watch. Sweet dreams.